Right. We should be live again now. I hope. Just going to get an updated chat box so we can make sure that everyone jumped on over. Yay, there we go, we are back. Right, sorry about the delay there, guys. Thanks for bearing with us. Slight technicals, trying to get it all sorted. Thanks, Black, for letting us know. Welcome back, then, for the last 4 hours. I say last 4 hours, it's still going to be a long old time. But we are over halfway now of the 8 hours Alton Park. It's been very rainy so far, not going to lie. HaiCo's with me, as always. Lasagna's in the oven, good to know. Was it easy to make? We were discussing how long we should probably keep lasagna when you make it. Let's normally make it for about 4 or 5 people and then keep it for about a week afterwards. It's definitely the way forward. Right, let's see if we can get some on-track action. We've got lots of people changing around positions in front of us, and let's not delay any further.
It will not be dry in the next 30 minutes, but it will. The rain will come down less and less.
I think we did miss a change towards the top. I think Marlon Andrade got past Elgato for 4th and 5th, so we missed that in the switchover, unfortunately, guys. So sorry about that. But it looks like it's actually fallen back quite a bit now, so maybe Elgato had an issue. Oh no, it was the other way around. It was Foch, wasn't it, we were waiting for? So, excuse me, they still got 5 seconds, so it hasn't changed, actually. We're all good. So he's still in 3rd position. That car, that's the SOP car, coming back in the latter end of this race. It was right down about 5th or 6th earlier on, as the 420's doing donuts at the exit of Druids. That's not definitely not the fastest way through there. It's good to see that car up and performing well. SOP obviously doing a really good job. They've got some speedy boys. Samir Foch is doing a great job in that car. What kind of lap times is he doing? 1:48.6 was the last one. 1:48.4 is what he just did. And his best is a 1:47.7. So he's right on pace, considering the best time was probably done when it was damp. So they're only a second off pace at the moment. So really good. That Ginetta towards the back, is that the 52 Ginetta? Still massively damaged. It's got a whole front end off. We did see it in the pits earlier on. They must not have fixed the damage. You see that, the 52 car, the Pure Sim Sport. It's doing quite well, though. It's in 7th. I guess that's probably why they didn't repair it, but the brakes flickering, the lights, sorry, flickering when it puts on the brakes. You know it's pretty heavily damaged.
They were stood still for a longer period of time in the pit lane.
Maybe it's a glitch. Maybe it is fixed and we're just being shown the wrong thing.
Possible.
Yeah. Ogun looks like he's on the charge. Again. He's on the back of... I've got to be really careful how I say that name. Fuchs. F-U-C-H-S. Christian. Yes. On the back of him. he has been quite racy, actually, during this stint. No, Watson didn't get past Richter. Richter's still leading in class in the Porsche, and he's actually separated now by Tocco. So Marcel seems to have jumped in between the 2 Porsches. That AM class is doing very well in 9th and 11th, though, considering there's quite an even spread of people, and obviously not having a very good afternoon in Pro class. We're actually watching one of them now being overtaken. Is there a GT3 version of the Ginetta? No, there isn't. The Ginetta is strictly GT4. There isn't a GT3 Ginetta, unfortunately. It would be great if there was, but there isn't.
Yeah, well, it would be more challenging again if there were more different cars in the GT3 class.
I mean, isn't there a complete Spec series with Ginetta that some of the youngsters do to get their neck in when they're trying to race properly? Leader in, by the way. That is Tom Reher just coming into the pits. Yeah, I think there's a whole full spec series with Ginettas out there. I can't remember what it's called. Probably the Ginetta Cup or something like that.
Yeah, it's the Ginetta GT Super Cup.
Yeah. I'm surprised I haven't seen any leagues actually do that in ACC with GT4s. That would be quite fun, doing a Ginetta league. I know people do it with the spec Porsches, because there's the Porsche Cups that you can do on ACC, which I've seen a few leagues do different bits and outings, as well as Super Trofeo, is it, with the Lamborghinis?
Trofeo, yeah, correct.
That's always good fun.
Yeah, I mean, in between season 6 and 7, so basically about a month or two ago, we organized 4 races, just standalone events, and the Maserati was used, for example. The Porsche Cup was used, so everybody was driving the same car. And personally, I'm a big fan of such events where everybody is racing the same car, because it deletes the, let's say, the requirement of a balance of performance.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. Everyone's on the same playing field. You know, I guess the only thing making you different is the setup you use.
Yeah, the setup and of course your own talent, but yeah, it's a matter of how much time do you want to invest, and how quick were you in that car already, of course. But I think it's a very nice something to have races where everybody's racing in the same car.
I think it's good fun having a spec series like that. There's everyone's the same, and there's no kind of difference with cars, and yeah, it makes organisers' life easy. Ogun in from P16 was a good stint. Ooh, don't think he got the car stopped. It looked like he stopped in a weird place there. That was very odd. Right, we do have someone waiting for a chat, so let's see if we can drag him in and have a little conversation about something or other. Probably racing. Hello, welcome.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
And which team are you with, buddy?
Rebel Racing.
Rebel Racing.
The car that you are watching recently. Yeah.
Oh, the one that's in the pit at the moment.
Yeah.
You're right, Ogun. Yeah. So who's going in the car now?
Who's going on the car now? Fatih Sarka is going on the car now. He's a really fast guy, and I hope that he can kind of close the gap through the fronts. I hope.
Let's have a look at where you guys started. Rebel Racing. Oh, okay. Well, you've had a bit of a bad afternoon, haven't you, guys?
Yeah.
Started P5, now P17. So what went wrong at the beginning?
We are up to P2 at the start actually, but I was in the car and that was my own fault. I dip a wheel on the grass and went straight to the wall, so that was quite unfortunate. But we are looking pretty good at the moment, so I'm hoping like top 10 or top 5. I don't know, something like that.
I mean, top 10 probably on the cards. I guess you 20 seconds, 40 seconds or so off the top 10. Yeah, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
So I guess, I mean, it could happen. You're going to have to drive very, very quickly. I think your car will come alive a little bit more when the rain stops, won't it? If the rain stops. Or it looks like it is. News in. Light rain in 30 minutes. So hopefully then we might see an improvement from some of the Maseratis and stuff like that. So is this your first endurance race with us?
No, I done quite a lot of endurance races too, like 6 hours of Norfolk.
Yeah.
This race, some of the races I don't remember, but it's first my new team, Rebel Racing.
So is the team made up of a lot of other sim racers, or is it something that you guys have done as friends that have just come together, or how did the group come about?
Yeah, just friends come together and put a team on it. So they asked me to if I want to race with them. So I said yes. So we are like just chilling on the race, like drink and drive or somewhat competitive. So that's quite like, I don't know, kind of unusual. I don't know, really.
I mean, I think your car is very much out of place at the moment. So I think you're going to probably put a lot of people in the midfield under pressure. I think in the next couple of laps, because you know, if you
if
you qualified in P5 and you're down in 18th, you're going to be a real problem for people who maybe are around about where they should be on pace. So, yeah, well, I hope your luck turns round in the latter end of the race when the rain stops.
I hope so, yeah. If the rain stops, like we think about like strategies. So if the rain is gonna light rain or rain stops, we're gonna have an advantage on pits.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are also the first one to have really completed all of your 6 mandatory pit stops.
Yeah, unluckily.
Yeah, of course it's due to unfortunate events, but at least you
Yeah.
don't need to worry about we have to make pit stops. But
Yeah, that's a relaxing moment really. We can pit whenever we want actually. So that's good. That's half good, half decent.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, just noticed the little green mark next to the name means they've fulfilled the pit requirement.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're free to do whatever you like now with strategy. You're right.
Yeah, luckily, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hope it comes together for you guys. You got your work cut out, to be honest, if you want to try and get into the top 10. But I wish you all the best in trying to do it.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you.
with all of the change of conditions. That's hopefully there are definitely places to be made up in the changeable conditions.
For
Just
sure.
get your tyre pressures right, and you never know, you could be on for the top 10. But thanks for jumping in and having a chat. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the commentating. You guys doing a great job. So I wish for this best for you too.
No worries. No worries. Speak soon.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That's not having a good afternoon, are they? Unfortunately, in 18th when they started 5th. But I guess it's opened up the doors for some other teams to get a little bit higher. That's a bit of a shame, though, isn't it? They're doing quite well. Their driver at the moment's going really quickly.
And I mean, in some way, it also keeps their race interesting. They now have to, make up for lost time, and they've got a challenge at their hands. But at least it keeps it interesting.
Yeah.
They can pass people. They can make it up to maybe top 10 again. They are pretty quick. I know, for example, him who just was with us. He recently signed up for the GT3 league, so he's awaiting being placed. And he's damn quick.
Yeah.
He can really make up them places. I have no doubts there.
Well, they qualified P5, and that's no easy feat. So yeah, I'm not. I won't be too surprised if they are able to make up quite a few places. They've got quite a few people fighting ahead of them, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, they've got a good few seconds to make up to get into the top 10. Yeah, there's 16 seconds adrift from Haxewig, which I can't see the gap between them, but there's another big gap before they get into the top 10. 13 seconds from that name that I can't say up to Moody. It's going to be a long old race for them, but if they're quick, then it doesn't really matter. They can just chomp down on the guys in front of them. They are at the moment matching the guys in front, so they're not making any inroads at the moment. 1:48.3 was Haxewig. That was his last lap, and these guys are currently doing 1:48.5, so they're actually a little slower, but they're getting their tyres up to temperature, and they've got a really large car. I'm sure they probably filled it up to the brim because they don't have to pit very much anymore, eh?
They probably have indeed. Well, with 3:38 to go, they will for sure still do a couple of pit stops, but if they plan things the right way, they can definitely do one pit stop fewer than the other cars from now on.
I mean, I wonder how long they can actually go on a full tank. Do you reckon it's probably about an hour and a half?
Yeah, about an hour and a half, I would say.
So they're going to have to stop at least another 2 times? It has to be 3. Can't do it with 2. Can they?
Well, they can do 3 stints, 2 pit stops.
Yes, 2 pit stops, 3 stints. They'll be able to get around in that amount of time, I assume. Yeah, definitely, with time to spare. Maths, sorry. Saturday afternoon, not the time when you've been talking for however many hours.
Happens all the time to me.
Right, I don't think we've got many people that close to each other at the moment. Let's have a look at a name that we haven't seen so far. Come on, game. There we go. Play ball. It's a great name. Lord Nem in the Beeswax Racing team.
Yes.
He's currently, well, he was actually, on the last split, a second away from the guy ahead. And that's Cahill in the Jolly Roger, which they definitely haven't had a good afternoon, bless them. They've been all over the place. But Beeswax, then, currently, they're last at the moment, are they? Almost last. I don't think we can get on board with...
They are currently in last place, but this is due to one of the Maseratis no longer being with us. Yep. 420.
Nathan, who came in a little bit earlier saying, I am moist. He just did his stint with VR. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I wonder how many people are running around in VR.
I think one of the other Maserati... Yeah, one driver of the other Maserati team in P3 currently, and in the pit lane, is driving in VR. I think the Kusa is.
I think once you make the swap and you go over to VR, it's hard to come back to, static screens, isn't it?
It's hard to say really, because you have to get used to VR so much, and then you're into that experience, and indeed it does get difficult to get back, but I do believe you can get used to normal monitors again. The question is do you want to, because VR stuff isn't cheap either, so you make an investment and then you don't want to after 2 months say like, okay, I'm going back.
You don't always get on with it though. That's the problem. I think that's one of the main gripes I have with it. If you buy, and it's expensive, right? It's not cheap. If you spend all of that money on a VR setup and then it makes you sick every time you play it, you're not really going to go back to it every day, are you?
Very true, although I've got a friend of mine, he works professionally with VR, and he says that whenever you get sick from VR, there's something wrong in the settings. It can be solved in one way or another. It's just that either you don't have enough experience to set it up properly, or that some setting in the software isn't...
You've got to have a good system to do it though, right? You got to.
Yeah, you need to have a really good system.
Because you've got to be able to produce. It's almost 2K, isn't it? Like 120 hertz or whatever, like a really good refresh rate. Otherwise, it makes you feel funny. But yeah, you're probably right. It's just like a lot of direct drive systems. It takes a long time for you to get them all set up, right? And they don't always work with different games. That would be quite interesting to see how many people racing right now are using DD setups as opposed to belt or gear setups like Logitech's and Fanatec's and all of that.
But then again, the DDs are going to become way more popular very soon.
I know, right? I'm waiting as well.
Yeah, are you?
It's definitely going to be the way forward. That's a brilliant move from Fanatec to do something like that.
It is. I just wonder, Fanatec is known for releasing a V2 version of stuff, and I don't know if I should maybe wait for the V2 version of the DDs.
I mean, Fanatec always holds its value quite well if you sell second hand, especially at the moment. So even if you do splurge out and get a DD 0.5 or whatever they're calling it, if they bring out a version 2 in a year's time, just sell up shop and get the new one.
Yeah, true.
I'm definitely doing it. I'm still using Logitech, and it's it's old as anything. I've got a 27, so it's like a decade old.
Yeah, I mean then it's a no-brainer. I just already use Fanatec products, so it's a bit. It would be an upgrade, of course, going from CSL Elite to Direct Drive, but if it's worth it, I don't know. Not entirely sure yet.
We'll see. To be fair, the price is what attracted me. It was like £370 or 370 euros. It's just so competitive. You can't get a similar setup that cheap. It's amazing what they can offer at that price. It's because they've developed their own motor, isn't it? I know previously when they're with DD stuff, they used to have to buy their motors in from other suppliers and had to pay stupid prices for these motors, which power some kind of weird They like elevator-style belt motors, aren't they, or something like that?
Yeah.
I think the DD wheels. So they have to buy the motors in first before they can then repackage them and put them into, steering wheel form. But now they've developed their own motor system that's obviously much cheaper to make and whatnot. It's not as powerful though, is it? It's only, was it like 8 Newton meters? I mean, it's powerful enough, but it's not, 20 or 25 Newton meters that you get from a Simicube.
Wasn't it like 8 if you have this extra extra power supply? Without it, you have 5.
Yeah, it's such a good marketing thing. Like that power pack's going to be hundreds of pounds, isn't it? You can just tell.
Yeah, definitely.
They didn't price that power pack. Yeah, and I can imagine it probably would be like that. Yeah. Someone asked in the chat there. I'm really sorry, I can't pronounce your name. It's Cho Chinapla. I'm not gonna do it again. I'm just gonna call you Cho. Any ideas how many drivers are on controllers? Well, I know Black Goldsaw used to race a controller. I know there's probably a couple. Not a lot. It's really hard to be at this level on a controller, right? Unless you're dialed in. There's probably a few. I mean, yeah, I don't know any others apart from Black Goldsaw. At least on ACC. How about yourself? Do you know anyone other than him?
I know there is one person. I'm currently going through the tiers. There is Sam. I just don't know in which tier he is. It's either tier 8 or tier 7. He's around there in one of the tiers. And I know he's on a pad. I rode with him recently, and he said he was willing to try it. I just don't know if he in the meantime maybe decided to buy a wheel or something. But he recently, a couple of months ago, told me that he would join the ACC league, and as far as I know, he did. So that's at least 2. Others, I don't know any more of them, but I'm sure there will be at least 1 or 2 more. It's just not very inviting to play the game on a pad.
Yeah.
And I mean, except for Black Goldsaw, who has spent way too much time using a pad. I also don't think there will be that many pad users being on that sort of level.
Yeah. Well, I went out on a limb last time and said he's probably the fastest pad user for ACC in the world. I don't know anyone else who's as fast as him. I don't know. There might be some, Asian team or whatever that's using pad that are much quicker, or some other team in different part of the country that's using a pad. But I don't know of anyone else who's on that kind of level. I know some people on different games like Formula 1 and stuff like that still use pads and stuff that are crazy fast. I think you just get the knack of what you're using, don't you? And you evolve and get better at using whatever you've got available to you. Black Goldsaw's sitting here listening and he's literally blowing up with all of this praise that we're giving him.
No, it's a bit of a yes and a no story, I think. The difference between pad users on ACC and pad users on F1, for example, is the fact that on F1, the developers of the game really invest time into balancing the pad to an extent where the pad and the wheel are basically comparable, where one doesn't have a certain advantage over the other. Like, let's say, with the BOP of cars, one car is quick on the straights and the other one is quick in the corners.
Yep.
The developers of the F1 game try to balance it in a way that not that same thing happens in F1. So the pad user is then way quicker in the corners, and on the steering wheel you're quicker in the very slow corners or whatever. It doesn't work like that, and in ACC, I believe, they have made it possible to use the pad. They've given it certain restrictions, and that's it. They've never invested more time into the functionality of the game on a pad. And there are simply certain settings or certain tricks that can be set up and used on a pad that cannot be used on a wheel. And Whether or not that is an unfair advantage is not up to me to decide. I have always said myself, not as a representative of AOR, it is up to the game developer to make sure that a controller doesn't have a clear advantage over a wheel, or vice versa. It's not up to us to make a difference there. It's up to the developers. They should decide what controller they want people to use, and if they don't want to invest time in a pad, for example, then they shouldn't make it possible to use it in the game.
Yeah, no, I agree. But to be fair, I was always thought, unless someone finds some weird kind of loophole, that using a pad has got to be harder. Well, it must be harder racing around a game like this. I know from experience trying to use a pad on a game like Project Cars, on like the Xbox, impossible. Whereas you go on to Forza, where it's developed for a pad, it's a completely different kettle of fish.
Exactly, and the difference is that the game developers actually made it possible in Forza to actually use the pad. They supported it. They made sure it wasn't overpowered, but it also wasn't impossible to use. And yeah, that's the issue with ACC, in my opinion. And it's up to the developer to do something about it.
Do you think there's a clear advantage then to some people using pads over wheels on ACC?
There is an advantage. There's also a disadvantage, but the disadvantage is smaller. In general, it's very difficult to race with a pad. Second, for example, the tight, what is it? The tight corner on Suzuka in Sector 2. That's something where pad users cannot steer in enough, and they have to take the turn in a different way. Black Goldstock can tell you more about that and how it works precisely. But yeah, the pad also has its advantages. Advantages of, for example, certain setups working on a pad which don't work on a wheel at all. Members of our staff in ACC have tried this and concluded that on a pad you could just go entirely on throttle, while on a steering wheel you could not, because you wouldn't be able to keep control over the car.
I mean, I guess the pad, because you can make adjustments from one lock to the other within such a small amount of time, right?
Yeah. But I mean, it should in fact make your car uncontrollable when you do that. But they have made it in such a way that you can still control your car.
Interesting.
So they do support it, but at other ways they give pad users an advantage. And this is something, in my opinion, that should be balanced. And as long as the game developers don't do that, I don't see a reason why to, for example, like what other communities have done, to entirely ban pads or to force people to use a steering wheel. Ooh. I don't see a reason to do that. That's not up to us to decide.
Black Gold saw sulks and disappointment. I mean, it's all opinion, isn't it? How it all works, and what gives people advantage. But to me, in my eyes, I think it's a massive task to try and get used to driving with a pad. Like really, really hard. In my opinion, I think it's it might just the learning curve of trying to get used to using a pad. I guess if that's all you've ever used, it's probably simple. But yeah, I would thought it's quite a bit of a barrier really to try and get speed. Whereas it just feels so natural and intuitive on a steering wheel. But I guess, you just get good at what you've got in front of you. Anyway, we'll come back to the controller pad debate. But I think we have current P1 of the race, David and Florentine, in the ready for interview. So I'm going to drag them down. Hello, boys. Race is going well, eh?
Not too bad at the moment.
Yeah.
Still a long way to go.
I mean, we've got 3.5 hours, so we're just under halfway. But it's all looking pretty good for you guys. Esport Designs is coming up Millhouse at the moment.
Yeah, we are pretty happy at the moment with this comfortable gap to P2, and yeah, we're just driving some good laps, and yeah, not to risk too much.
I mean, you've got about a lap in hand, I think, from the nearest rival. Elgaard's done a very good job to get himself back into P2. But yeah, you guys are leading from the beginning, from the outset. A little bit of a confrontation on the first couple of laps with the, I think it was is it the 137, the Audi? Yeah. Unfortunately, you did actually have to serve a penalty because of the incident through the chicane section towards the end of the lap. Give us your kind of shout on what happened on that lap, because it started into turn 1.
Yeah, so it was obviously the 137 car was. I think he was under the impression he was a little bit quicker than us. Had a couple of light flashes, but I believe they've been looked into, so that's not a problem. And
I do love a flash. Sorry to interrupt you, but I don't understand it. Like, I know it's completely legal, and people say that it's fine and it's done in real racing, but what's that going to achieve? You're like, oh, I'm here. Well, I know you're here because I just saw you coming up the side of my car. But
exactly.
Apparently, that means move out of the way in headlight talk.
Well, that's what Tom was saying. So Tom was obviously driving the car at the moment. He was in when it happened, and he knows the guy who he came together with. And he did say, "Look, I'm not surprised. This is going to happen." We were talking to him through the whole sort of first hour of the race about it, and it just got to the point where I think the guy, it was just got a bit impatient really, and went for the move down into the second chicane. And yeah, fortunately for us, he came off worse, and then I kept an eye on him for the next couple of laps just to kind of see if he carried on with that kind of form. And it happened again and dropped them down a little bit. So yeah, it was a bit frustrating. I think we only got about 2 seconds damage from it, so it didn't really impact us too much. And in the long run, it actually gave us about half a minute's gap at the end of the first stint. So in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't really the worst thing in the world that came together.
Yeah. Well, these little things are going to happen. It's just a shame it happened at the very beginning of an 8-hour race. I mean, I thought it was a very bold move into turn 1, not from you, but from them. And you defended your line perfectly. You had every right to push them off, which I would have done the same. Obviously I don't have any decision or whatever on what the penalty was, but I did think it was a little bit harsh. I know obviously you turned in a little bit more exiting the chicane, and that unfortunately sent them spinning. But like you say, it did happen on multiple occasions, and it's dropped them down quite a little way now, unfortunately. They had a little bit of an incident on the back of one of the Ginettas, which, maybe it's just a little bit of rusty endurance legs getting in the way. I don't know, what's gone on since, but they are down in 11th. But I mean, it hasn't hurt you guys, the 10-second penalty. Took it on your chin, and you've made the stop and whatnot. But what are you guys? What's your plan for the rest of the race? Just try and manage the gap, I guess, and then hopefully come away with the win.
Yeah, we probably have to manage it because we got some engine damage on the car. Like, I guess it was orange, which is already very critical, I would say. And yeah, we are just shifting down much later now.
You shouldn't have said that. RPM. All of your competitors are listening.
Yeah, I mean,
we've still got the pace.
That big problem. We still got the pace. We're not very much slower with this late downshifts, and yeah, shouldn't be that much problem if we don't shift too early.
I mean, you're lapping very well at the moment. 1:46.7. You're only 0.5 off your best. Considering we're probably still on a wet track, it's not even damp yet like we had earlier. You guys are settling in quite nicely, to be honest. But yeah, well, fingers crossed. If you guys can keep it on the straight and narrow and don't have any incidents, you're looking at a win. I haven't seen the eSport Design team, take a win before. Is this your first kind of best position? Because I read your information that you forwarded us, and you said P5 is what you're aiming for, top 5. Sorry. How's it comparison to other performances you've had?
To be honest, this is actually the first official endurance we've done as a team. So I know that Florian and Tom have done some in the past. I've done a couple as well. Yeah. But it's the first one we've done under the eSport Designs label, if you want to call it that. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, I came into this much less experienced than these two. These guys have done plenty more than me in the past. So really, for me, it was just a case of trying to keep the stint clean and see what we could do, keep it relatively consistent. But these guys are just so rapid, and we've got a really big gap now. So realistically, I mean, the top 3 seems like a minimum. But yeah, like you say, we've just got to try and keep it clean, keep it tidy, keep the laps going in the similar sort of pace that we are at the moment, and potentially, assuming we don't get any issues with the engine, like Florian mentioned, then potentially a P1 on the card. So, fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's looking that way. Like you say, obviously, if you can preserve the car for the next 3 hours, which is going to be a task all the same. I think you guys are coming, mate. If it's your first ever foray into endurance racing, some people have been doing this for ages and haven't had a result like this. So, yeah, P1 in an AOR series race is good, amazing. If you can get up to the top step and taste the champagne for your first outing, it's more than impressive. I know you say you've got the speedy boys next to you, but yeah, don't take that away from the performance, man. It's you're doing really well.
Thank you very much, mate. Like I say, yeah, it's a team effort. So, yeah, it's just nice to have a couple of really quick guys around us. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think we've been maybe a little bit fortunate with obviously stuff that's happened behind us, but can't take anything away from it. The guys so far, all three of us, I think we've driven a pretty solid race so far. So, like I say, if we can keep it like this for the next three and a bit hours, then I'll be a very happy boy indeed.
Yeah. Well, best of luck, guys. You've got 43 seconds in hand. Let's just hope for good luck.
And thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
No worries. Well, there we go. That was the current race leaders coming in for a little chat. That was David and Florian. Currently, Tom Reyes in the car. Wow, that's quite cool. David, then, it's his first ever endurance race, and he's running around with the leading team, which is no easy feat. You know, that's tough to do. Hats off to him.
Pressure. It must be big for him.
Yeah. So it sounds like a newish team. I haven't heard of the team before. So maybe it's they've come together to jump in and do some racing with AOR, which is good to see.
Clearly we've seen the Bauer and the Raya guy before. Just not the guy from the UK. Also interesting to see. Mostly I say, not always, but mostly Germans tend to stick to fully German teams. And more and more I'm starting to see that Germans team up with people from other countries, where, let's say, 10 years ago, this was not often the case.
No. Well, I guess, as more and more people come into, like, doing esports and stuff like that, having a mixed grid of nationalities is not a bad thing. I know in our team that we have a Estonian, we have a Swedish, we have a couple of Brits, and American all take part in the races. So yeah, it's a real melting pot, and actually a Dutch guy as well at the moment. So yeah, literally a lot, big old group of nationalities. Hence the name. So what could be the the Brexit boys? Yeah. So what would be the most offensive name you could think of that brings in a big old group of Europeans together? Yeah, let's go with Brexit. Why not? We're not for Brexit, by the way. It is literally a joke. It goes down well, though. Sometimes we get comments saying, "Why are you racing with other Europeans?" Well, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? That's the main thing. As long as you're having fun and you're smiling. It was good to hear their side of things, though, about the turn 1 incidents with that other car.
Yeah, it was.
It was very good to hear their inputs. They were saying that he'd been involved in a couple of other bits and pieces, which is 2 Dutch guys. Sorry, Envy. He's new to our team. I'm very sorry. We've got 2 Dutch guys racing in the team. He's quite right. And also Tommy came over. He's also Dutch. Sorry, forgetting people in my own team. This is not good.
It happens to me all the time. I think we've, as Goat Racing, we've got people from 6 continents nowadays, or maybe 5.
How come we've not got any Goat Racing this time?
Not sure how to answer that one, other than it wasn't interesting enough. Well, it was interesting. It was just they are looking forward to what you mentioned, like Spa 24. The classic things, and then Alton Park GT4 is not the same as Spa 24 Hours GT3.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Sorry?
I said beggars can't be choosers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it everybody within the group had the same feeling, like, yeah, we can skip this one for once, and come back when there's something interesting.
When Croc releases the next 24-hour race next time, eh?
Well, I mean, I honestly don't know what's next. It's also not up to me, so I'm happy about that.
Big
You know, it
incident
would-
just happened. Sorry to interrupt you. I really didn't want to interrupt you, but we just saw Jordan Watson going into the barrier at really high speed. He was currently running around second in class, and that is probably going to be a big time in the pits. Sorry to interrupt you there. But he's back on the road. He doesn't seem too damaged. But as a stroke of luck, the car in front, Ryan Oliver, has just got himself a drive-through. So look at that. That's a bit of luck for the number 2 and 1 car. So I think one of them's really damaged, and the other one's going to have a drive-through. So we might still have a race on for P1 in class. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, what was I saying?
I can't remember
it was
now.
about the
Goat racing.
Yeah, it was about the goat racing. Yeah, it's as easy as that. If people want to drive, great. If not, also fine. It's after all, it's still competitive, but also still for fun. And when people think an event isn't fun enough to really participate, then it is that way. And I myself, for example, haven't participated in the previous 2 events, and I have participated in another endurance event, not hosted by AOR, so shame on me, I guess.
Indeed. Another incident from Jordan Watson going into the wall again on the entrance to the pits. His car is very sorry for himself. He's managed to pull it in. It was going he almost took out the 137 Audi coming across the track. He was very lucky not to collect him. But yeah, there's no harm in taking part in other races. It's all fine. We're all friends here. We just don't talk about them. We take part in another league that has got an endurance league going on. And it's great fun. It's been going for the past year, but like you said, it started in the winter. So, I think going back to what we were talking a couple of hours ago, it all depends if you are looking to do, an AOR endurance league or season. It all depends on when you start it, what the list of races are, and how many people you can keep on to the end, I guess.
Exactly. I mean, there is a lot of names in here, probably who always want to drive GT4s. They will go to wherever GT4 races are on the calendar. So wherever you go, as long as you have fun, it's all fine by me.
Yep, I agree. I love GT4s. Why not? Alton Park's new. It's brand new DLC. Well, new-ish. It's a new track. Why would you not want to do 8 hours of continuous racing in the rain?
Well, I for one, I didn't even know the track.
Really?
Yeah, because it's a track. I come from the F1 area.
Okay.
I did never play Project Cars 2, Project Cars 1. Ever since 1998, I've been playing F1 games, and randomly, about a year and a half, decided to play ACC, and never left again. So, for me, all these British GT tracks are entirely new.
I mean, some
I
are
know
better than others.
Silverstone, but yeah, I mean, I for example, really like the Donington track.
Oh, it's great. Donny's great.
Yeah, it's really great. But for example, Snetterton, for me, it's like I don't feel it sounds horrible, but for me, it's not a real racing track.
What's that? Snetterton, did you say?
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah.
With a passion.
It's...
The new layout's really bad. The one that they brought out for this game, I'm really not a fan.
No.
This one's great though. I love Alton Park. Alton Park and Donington were the best ones they released out of that new pack. Yeah, I'm a little bit sad I didn't take part in this one, to be fair, because it would have been good fun. But talking about it's not that much bad. Not that much worse. Sorry.
No.
Yeah.
No. I totally agree. It's just that. I don't know the tracks at all. So driving for me would be, I would have to invest so much time into getting to know the track, and with the chance of rain as well being there, probably would have hit a couple of walls.
Yeah, I played lots of Project Cars 1 and 2, and also lots of like BTC stuff. So I've always, and obviously being English, Alton Park's kind of like on the staple. It's a great track. Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus, the leader of AM class going off the track there at Druids. I think he's all right. We're all good. Getting overtaken by Dakuza, but I think he was just lapping him. Dakuza's doing really well now. He's up into 5th place in that Maserati, but he's a lap down, I think, from the leader. So I don't think he's going to be able to put on a charge for the win. But top 3's on the cards, I guess. About 30, 40 odd seconds off.
Yeah.
He's fallen back though from the Camaro of Foch. It was about 5 seconds. It's now 7. Unfortunately, I don't think we've got many people close to each other. P18 and P17 are quite close. Got with Hacks and Kevin very close to each other. I think they're both in the same AM class. So I think they're racing for, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in AM class, 17th and 18th on track.
Yeah, with the ladder still having to do 3 pit stops, while the 27 car only has to do 2 more pit stops. So they have some sort of advantage.
I guess they, well, how many have they got? 2 to go? Is that what, they've done 2? Is
Yeah.
that what they're saying?
The 27 car, the Merc has to do 2 more, while the Porsche still has to do 3.
Yeah, some of those cars look, 3 stops they've got to do. That's not great, is it? I reckon that some people are saving a pit and they're going to drive through at the end. You know what we were talking about earlier? I still think we're going to get that. We're going to get that at the end of the race.
Very much possible.
Yeah, well, it must be. There's no other way they can do it. It'd just be like a drive-through on the last lap or so. Just drive through.
Or they could, do stints of 50 minutes or 60. 61 in this case.
Surely it'd be quicker to do the cheatsy hop through the pit. I think Haxiweg's going past on the outside, on the inside rather. He did get the move done.
Yep.
Up to 17th and 6th for him. Just checking on the leader. Still lapping round, bless him. He's so much faster than the other guys, really doing really well. What kind of lap times are they doing? 1:46.7 currently. It's a good second quicker than anyone else. They are really motoring along. I know they said they had engine damage, doesn't look like it. They're in another class at the moment, these guys. They must have a really good setup on that car. Saying that though, Jonathan Seville in the Ginetta, number 6, P6 at the moment, he's currently lapping around about the same kind of pace, if not quicker. So it all depends on how well you do at the beginning of the race, isn't it? And what happens. He's actually off the road, actually, the leader. We're all good. It was right on the grass. Maybe he's trying to get past the traffic.
I think the conditions are becoming a bit more difficult with the fewer rain.
Yeah, maybe the
People are
temps on the tyres going a bit crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not going to be entirely dry, but it is becoming less and less. So let's hope in the next hour or so that the track is entirely dry at some point.
Oh, I think it will be. Yeah, I think we'll get it quite soon. It's still raining for the next 30 minutes. You see Marlon's cheering. It'd be fun if it starts to dry out, definitely. Yeah. That. Do you think the Maserati is one of the fastest cars out there in the dry?
I do think so, yeah. Not only because of the car, but there's only one Maserati left right now, and they're a team that in the rain already is up there. Yeah. P5 currently, with having to do one more pit stop than the car behind them, but yeah, I think they will do even better in the dry, and I think their goal will be to be placed top 5. I think.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Even maybe pushing for for a podium spot. I just realised that I haven't actually updated pit wall. Let me just update that with the stream. There we go. Hopefully that works. There we go.
Meanwhile, car 89 in P25 went off track and received a stop and go 30 during their latest pit stop.
Oh, that's not good. Whereabouts are they at the moment?
They are P25.
Yeah, that was Mason on board, I think. Yeah, so managed to get himself a stop and go. I think he's just pitted as well, hasn't he? So that's probably why he's got the stop and go. He's speeding in the pit lane.
Correct.
Yeah, so he was going to have to come and serve that, which he is doing now. It's a long old time to come into the pit. Yeah, it's a proper stop and go, isn't it? You've got to go to your pit box, stop, and then carry on.
Yeah.
And wait for 30 seconds in the meantime. Bless him. Yeah, that's going to be a long old 30 seconds in the pit. Never mind. On to the next one. Liam said, I have news. His pedals are working. Well done! Good news! Liam's pedals are working. Liam, unfortunately, has had a bit of a hardware issue for the past couple of weeks. I was talking about earlier, the throttle sticking on. He has ordered new ones, but they're not here. So, unfortunately, he's had to race with the old ones. Well, that's good news, because you've got Tommy Schetz in the car at the moment, who's doing a very good job. He's P8, 9 seconds he's got to make up on the back of Jay Fang. And Liam then, who's going to go back into the car later on, has got pedals that work, which is always good when going into a race of this length. Working with faulty hardware is definitely not the one. Can't find any real crazy races on track at the moment. Schetz is 8 seconds adrift. Ulrich 5 seconds adrift from the Chevy. Looks like Giannetta's and Audi's trailing Chevys at the moment. I don't think we've got anyone else who's really, really close. Kevin and Haxeweg were close, but I think they've just overtaken each other, so that's probably why they're close on track. Unfortunately, we're in a little bit of a lull. It does happen sometimes, doesn't it, when you get some cars that just kind of separated out a little bit. Black Gold Source says, sorry to interrupt you, Black Gold, isn't this the same team that had a gummy bear stuck in their pedals in the 12 hours of Nürburgring? Yes, Black, it was. Yes, they had. It was actually a wine gum, all right, and it got stuck in a pedal, and it was a different driver. But yes, it promoted them down to 4th in class. It's not James's finest hour, but never mind. But yeah, sorry, I was saying gaps open up, don't they? And then it's racing's a little bit slower.
It is. It is indeed. I'm a bit confused by this whole wine gum story.
Okay, so the Brexit boys were running around in P3, I think, in class last time round in the Nürburgring, and they didn't have to pit anymore. The last stint, and apparently one of the guys said that the brake pedal wouldn't work properly, and they came into the pit to change over drivers, which they did do, but there was a pit they didn't have to take. And it turned out that it was the fastest driver that we had at the time. It turned out that he had a sweet, which is a wine gum, stuck underneath his brake pedal. That's why it wasn't working properly.
Was he eating them while driving, or?
I've got no clue. Unfortunately, he's not taking part in this race this afternoon because he's working. But yeah, his nickname's been changed into the Discord to Wine Gun James, and he will forever be known as the guy who threw away a podium because of a wine gun. Bless him. But never mind. You know, that's racing.
That also is racing.
Yeah, 12 hours to throw away a podium because of a wine gun. But never mind. You know, it all happens.
Yeah, in real life they have issues with, you know, broken mirrors and whatever. And here we have wine gums.
Why not?
Why not?
Bless him. He's a bit of a special guy. We love James.
That's a story that will never be forgotten.
No. Like I say, his nickname's changed in the Discord forever to Wine Gun James. And didn't he have a clue of how it got there? No, well, no, he didn't. He didn't have a clue. He hadn't even been eating wine gums for ages, so he's got no idea how he got there. Yeah, great stuff, but never mind. I mean, you live and learn, don't you? It's a bit like Max Verstappen when his brake pedal fell off when he was racing around with Redline on iRacing. Do you remember the funny video that came out where his brake pedal broke?
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
That was quite funny, to be fair. Apparently,
yeah,
sorry.
Of course, it's in the moment it's horrible that it happens to you, but yeah, you'll remember the story and then it's something you will laugh about.
Oh yeah,
So,
definitely.
Over time, it turns into something positive.
The next time I see him, I'm bringing a pack of wine gums with me. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
Like, eat these ones responsibly next time.
Exactly.
Right. Well, Ulrich looks like he has actually cut down the gap to Foch ahead. It was about 7 seconds. It's now 4.5. This Audi's doing very well. Now the rain has kind of eased off a little bit, and it's back to the same kind of conditions we had at the beginning of the race. The Audis are starting to pick up pace slightly. Some of the other cars that didn't have pace earlier are starting to come alive. Saying that, though, Dakuza's dropped well off the pace from him. I think he was 17 seconds back now. So maybe he's had a little bit of an incident. Maybe he pitted. I'm not too sure. Maybe get a word from his team. I don't know. Bassett's as a sponsor. I'm not even joking. We were going to actually make the next livery a wine gum livery. It was going to happen, but it didn't happen just yet because he's not racing with us. But the next time he races with us, it will be a wine gum car. Sorry. Why not? Right, how long we got left? We've got 3 hours, 2 hours 56 minutes, and still no sign of a dry track. I just want to see them change their tyres.
Indeed, it is changing, just not quick enough.
No.
But wouldn't it be nice just to have the final hour in dry circumstances? That all of a sudden nobody knows what to do for the final stint?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Literally, it all dries up in the final stint. And can you imagine if the whole grid just gets mixed up from where they were competing? It just all turns on its head. Someone crazy comes through and wins. Why not? I mean,
it is something I wanted to ask also the guys in P1 actually.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whether or not no, I just forgot myself. But do they have PSI values ready for a dry track? Do they have PSI values for any sort of rain conditions? How well prepared are the different teams? Basically, that would be my question to basically any team.
Yeah.
Like back when I usually race an endurance event, we prepare ourselves for any sort of like 10% rain, 20%, 30%, dry conditions, rain, but the track's still kind of dry. The other way around, so rain conditions, but track still dry enough for dry tires. You know, we had that all prepared. I wonder what those really quick guys do as a preparation.
I mean, they must do, right? They must have something written down. I know, just speaking from experience, we used to have a heavy, a light, and a dry setup, or tyre pressures in hand. So we'd always have light pressures and then a full wet pressure, and then we just kind of work it out as it goes. To getting in between pressure. They must have all of the pressures written down. I can't see them sitting there going crazy trying to work out the pressures on the fly and still running around in that kind of position. Hey, I don't know what they've got going. I know at least sometimes when we first started doing endurance racing, we had a guy who would mark down all of our lap times and tell us where we were going wrong and where we can improve. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of the really fast guys had people like that in their team working along and keeping an eye on what their lap times are and, where they need to push and what's going wrong and, what they need to do to improve their time overall. Whether they say, oh, we'll keep you out of the car for now because unfortunately you were doing this amount of time consistently, but these two guys were doing this time more consistently. Let's keep those guys in the car for the remainder of the race. So yeah, I would have thought the guys running at the very top have thought about everything, knowing it was Alton Park as well.
So basically what you're saying is like a sort of what they have in NASCAR, like a spotter.
Definitely, yeah. We always used to have, and I think it's like that now for us in our team. We always have someone in with the car, so someone in with the driver, just in case something goes wrong, and then everyone else would stay in a different Discord. And when it was your time to drive, you would replace the spotter, and the spotter would then become the person who was just driving becomes the spotter. Do you get what I mean? They come out the car and then they help the person who's just gone into the car. That way, if anything happens, there's always someone who can go into the car But yeah, we almost had like a team manager who would sit there and write down laps and stuff like that. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case for some of the real fast guys or some of these guys in professional outfits, like the SOP team. And no, I haven't heard of the E-Design team or Design E team or whatever, but I'm sure they probably do have some managerial people there that help them with what they need to do to go faster and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think so too. But yeah, I would be interested in knowing what people have as a preparation.
So would you have literally per percentage different tyre pressures all written down from like 20, 30, 40, 50%?
Well, what we used to have back when everything was still available in for example an application like SimHub, we would have a little tiny text thingy at the bottom left of our screens telling us what the percentage of rain was, and based on that we would write down the values that would in the rain get us to 31.0 psi or 30 up to 31.0, and the same for the dry. In the dry we would have an overview with all sorts of different ambient and track temperatures, and the psi values, which would make it, I don't know, 27.8 approximately. So we would have very many different. We would have an entire Excel sheet for it, just to work out all the psi values. So if the track temp changed by 1, we would know what to do for the psi values. If it changed by 3 and the ambient temperature changed by 2, then we would also know what to do.
That's very in depth.
That is in depth. I just want to know what these, the aliens, the so-called aliens, what they do. If they take it even a step further, if they have certain software for it. I'm sure there are certain tools to use. Yeah, I'm curious. So maybe somebody spectating right now who can be considered an alien can
give us the lowdown. Because PSIs are literally what can make and break this game, right?
Yeah, correct.
It's all on the PSI. What PSI you're running can really determine what your pace is. Yeah. Maybe, yeah, like you say, anyone in the chat who can shed some light on that, that'd be good. I'm sure there's probably
secrets. Yeah,
I'm sure there's probably people who, like I say, have someone on standby that looks at, like you say, a spreadsheet or an app that can track what tyre temps you should be tyre pressures you should be using in different temperatures, and no, it can make and break it. It can give you literally tenths a second a lap if you've got your tyre pressures right or wrong.
Yeah.
And that's especially when you're doing such long endurance races, it can make and break different teams. It can really, really improve your race or ruin it in a matter of laps. Won't take long. In the meantime, though, sorry to change the subject, Ulrich is falling behind P2. He is 10 seconds adrift now. It was a little closer. It was about 4 seconds possibly earlier on. So just drifting off pace now, the Audi. But that Ginetta has done very well to get into second position. He has, though, got 3 pit stops to do, as you can see against his name, whereas Ulrich's only got 1 more to do. So yeah, chat was saying it's very interesting to see that some teams have all used their pit stops, some have 1, some have 3. So that's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen with those pit stops. I'm assuming that's what it means. If it's got 3 next to it, they have to do 3 more stops, or they have done 3. Is that what it means?
No, they still have to do 3.
They still have to do 3.
But as pointed out by Nathan Pill, having done all your pit stops or only having 1 left can also be a disadvantage in this situation because of the changing conditions.
So that means obviously you'll have to come in and do a pit that you haven't really allotted your time for.
Well, you have to do a pit stop because it dries up too much and you're overheating your wet tires, and you have to do an additional pit stop, and your competitors still have only done, let's say, 4 pit stops and you have done 6, and then you do additional pit stops even though you actually don't need to do them.
There's nothing worse than throwing away time in the pits. Not gonna lie, it's awful. We're on board at the moment with the Nighthawks, cracking name. They're fighting with with Williamson. I think that's Jolly Roger, actually, Daniel Williamson. In the Porsche, Jolly Roger, not the KTM. And there is also Beeswax on the rear. Beeswax, unfortunately, not having a good race this race. They normally do quite well, the Beeswax teams, don't they? But not doing very well this afternoon. I think they've got themselves in a couple of incidents, but yeah, as Black Goldsaw said, it's the right scrap going on here with these guys. It is for position as well, and I think they're about 9th or 10th in class, so, you know, it's all good positioning.
Shout out to the Beeswax guys, by the way. They are some of them are real AOR veterans, have been with us for many years already, many leagues and many events.
Oh, there was a little tap. Oh, there's a big tap on the wall as well for Nighthawk. Very lucky to come away with that little tap there. That could have been a really big bang on the wall on the left-hand side going across the start-finish, but managing to keep it out the wall as much as possible, I think. It was just a little tap, but it could have been much worse. But yeah, so you say Beeswax have been around since day dot then, some of the guys?
Yeah, they've been with us for a really long time. Participating in events, leagues, whatsoever. Different games even, so... Yeah, I respect such people that, you know, stick with us for a longer period of time. Of course, there's nothing wrong with, you know, changing community every once in a while, but as AOR, we should also be thankful for the people that stick around.
Yeah. I, for one, I've only just really, with AOR, I think probably the past 2 years or so, I've been either competing in endurance stuff. I've never done a league, actually, with AOR. I was going to do one of the F1 leagues once, but we decided against it and went with a smaller one. But yeah, the only foray into AOR that we'd ever done was the endurance stuff. And then obviously talking about it and talking about the league stuff has become much more fun for me, not as fast as the other guys. So sitting on the sidelines sometimes is a little bit more fun, a little bit more interesting. And plus you can watch other people fail when it's not you, it's much more entertaining.
You can judge silently?
Exactly, yeah. You can pass judgment.
Yep.
With no bounce back on your own ability, which is pretty rubbish.
Yeah, that's the downside for me. I'm still also racing myself, so...
I mean, I tried to race. I did take part in an F1 league race the other day. I was very much off the pace. And we do race in another league that does endurance stuff, which is good fun. But the races are few and far between. I haven't actually done a competitive race for probably I think the Sebring, is it 9? No, 12? I don't remember. An amount of hours on iRacing, which was great fun, to be fair. And in an LMP car. Brilliant.
Yeah, still something I haven't done yet. The iRacing endurance.
Oh, it's scary, man. It's really scary. Because everyone is so fast, and those cars are just so tricky to race. Sebring definitely was tough. Daytona was hell. Daytona is definitely a really tough track to do in a GTE. When you've got LMP2s flying past at ridiculous speed, especially through the bus stop. But yeah, no, it's definitely good fun. It is much more intense, just because I think iRacing's much more unforgiving than AC, and it takes a lot of determination and practice to get yourself into the position where you can take part in endurance on iRacing, because it's all on your own ability. So you've got to get your license to a certain level before you can take part in community events. So you can't just rock up and say, right, I want to do the 24-hour Spa, because you won't be qualified. You have to get to the right stage, which is a whole new game in itself, and obviously you have to pay to do it. So it kind of puts in that wall, whereas ACC doesn't have that, which makes it so much more accessible, which is probably why it's been doing so well.
Do you think, I mean, monthly subscription aside, I mean, everybody will have their opinion on that, but do you think this whole, the requirements license-wise, that you need a what is it, D, B, C, whatever
Yeah.
it is, that you need that. Do you think that requirement is something good, or does it only make it more, more difficult to participate in such events? Like, how much time do you need to invest to actually participate in an iRacing endurance event?
I mean, you could probably do it in a month. Yeah, so pretty much you have to. It's not just your skill involved. It's also you have to take part. So iRacing, I don't know if you know how it all works, but it works it runs on a rota. So you have a certain amount of weeks in a season, and each week the rota changes and different cars will be at different races. And they always work it out, so if you want to take part in certain things, you have to buy certain cars. So it's very hard to get into iRacing without spending a little bit of money, because you have to also buy cars and tracks. So it's very hard to get to the position without spending lots of money, where you can take part in community events like endurance. Skill-wise, to get to that point, it's not hard, really. As long as you have... as long as you get out of the rookie league quite quickly, by not hitting anyone, then there's no problem. So the only thing that stops you from joining, say, an endurance community event later on down the line is your safety rating. So pretty much just like you have a safety rating in ACC, it determines where what you can take part in. So as soon as you go up to a certain safety rating, you progress to the next class, and then you get to the next license. So you have to get into, I think it's C class and above to do the community events, but it takes a lot of effort to get to that point. You can have a race where you don't touch anyone and you gain a load of safety rating, which then promotes you to the next license. But then you have another race where you get hit about 5 times and you lose all of that, so all of your hard work's undone. So yeah, it just takes, I don't know, probably a month or so of very much boring, clean racing where you don't touch anyone and you almost start at the back of the grid and just aim to finish the race to pretty much cheat your way to get to the licenses. You need to compete quicker. There's no restriction on iRating, which is pretty much your skill level. So this iRating is determined by how many wins you have, how many positions you've taken, your overall driver skill, your ability is iRating. And then the safety rating is how many people you touch in how many corners. So the only thing that demands the change is the safety rating. So you just have to pretty much run around in rookies for a good month, get up to the class that you need, or license, that you need to promote yourself so you can actually do the community events. So you can do it quite quickly. Like at the moment, this is an essay. At the moment, I'm trying to do oval racing so I can do the Indy 500 next month. But it's really hard because you have to buy a lot of content to be able to do it. And also, you have to go round ovals without touching anyone, and everyone's American and they don't understand racing.
Now, this is actually something that I looked at not even 2 days ago, because I heard about this offer they're having right now. Don't want to advertise stuff, but you can get in for cheap. But I wondered, if I want to do that, I want to do oval racing, because I can do other racing in ACP. I can do really fast racing in F1.
Mm-hmm.
So what's left? Oval racing.
Yeah.
I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Maybe, I can consider doing that. But now you're telling me already that you need to invest a lot of money in it. And I'm like, yeah, just for, driving in circles or in ovals, basically.
I mean, I think you could probably come in on an oval, and you definitely need to buy one car to get into a license where you can compete in the community events. So you'll definitely need to buy the Chevy something or the other. So you have to buy a car, which is about £14 or €14 roughly. And you may have to buy a track. It depends on what week you are on the calendar. Like this week, it might be the Chevy round a free track. But to get out of rookies, it's all free. So you'll be able to get a D license for free, whatever you want. But then to get from D to C, so you can properly race, you'll have to buy a car or a track or both.
Yeah.
And to do that, normally, if you buy a car and a track, you might as well buy 3 because you get a reduction for doing so. Like you were saying, we're not advertising this. It's obviously a platform that anyone could go on. Anyone can play iRacing. It's just a game. It's not, But yeah, the paywall was annoying. It's a great game, don't get me wrong. It's really good. The physics is better than this. It's great. iRacing, if you really want to learn a craft, it's great. But it's just the paywall. It's not accessible for everyone. Sorry, I ignoring chat for a long time. Rowan Cahill saying, guys, do you know what the fastest lap of the race has been? I can have a look. I think it's probably the top team. We've got a 146.2, 146.4, 146.3. So I think it's the 146.2 is probably the fastest at the moment. Just looking at it. Yeah. So that's actually the leaders have done the 146.2. I think that was actually done in the damp conditions towards the beginning of the race. I just want to go out on a limb and say, but yeah. Let's see if we can have a look at another car. We've been sidetracked again. 8th is doing very well by the looks of things. They are getting close, if not have already overtaken. Yes, I think he's got past Liam in the 88 car. So that is the Yeet Gaming team being promoted. But they're both on equal pit stops, both done 2 apiece. The one that hasn't done 2 is Hagel in the 52 car. They have only got 1 more pit to do. So advantages coming out of nowhere. Might put them on the top steps. Esports smashing it. Yeah, they are doing very well. KTM has a 146.1. I haven't seen a 146.1. Let's have a look. Yes, you're right. 146.1. Now, the KTM is a very quick car, right? We were almost going to run a KTM, but it's so slow in the straights. Like, trying to cut through traffic is really tough. I was surprised that the BOP didn't include the KTM.
Now, this is something that that Crop and Gears at KBL decide on. I'm not experienced enough with the performance of every car in GT4. Also not on this track, for example. I mean, the thing about BOPs always is there are 2 factors. You have the drivers and you have the cars, and basically the performance of the cars. And you know what? Most of the cars, from what I can see now, are Porsches. And yes, it can be true that the KTM is the quickest, but it's not leading here. It's not in either of the groups, you know, Pro or the other one. So yeah, probably the KTM is quicker than other cars, but it's not showing that much in this race, at least not no significant difference. No. Yeah. It has been a discussion within the staff as well. Not for endurance, but basically for the GT3 league, because there are different opinions on it within the community, within the staff. Some people see it as part of the game. It's a trick to distract the driver in front of you. It happens in real life. They do it there to annoy others. Race control doesn't really punish hard for it. On the other hand, especially in VR, having somebody behind you or in your mirrors who is constantly flashing his lights at you can be very, very, very distracting. And not distracting in a way of that you get confused for a second, but you're just basically blind. And yeah, so for now we still continue to not allow it. But yeah, it's not something where I say it will never change. It can someone possibly change. It's possible.
Yeah, I'm against it, to be fair, but you know, I think that's just coming from, you know, someone who, if you're the leading car, it's so annoying. I think it's fine to use if you're trying to lap someone. That's a fine time to use the flashing lights, but using it as a tool to try and gain an advantage on a car that you're chasing is tough.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get it if it's being used in anger, if you think you've been, you know, discredited or whatever for whatever reason. I get some people use it, but one thing that really annoys me, oh my goodness, Ulrich almost meeting the tyre barrier. That was close. The gap's now opened up from Ulrich from Kruter. That was pretty close there. Yeah, sometimes you see it when you see a car that's down and it's just come in for a pit and it's making its way through traffic and literally it's just flashing continuously. And you're like, well, you know, do you need to do that? You know, I think they know that you're coming through the field, seeing as you're literally on the bumper of the car in front. I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit more necessary in GT4 because it just takes that little longer to get past traffic. Who knows?
Well, we at the end of every GT3 season, we always ask the drivers to give feedback. And last season, we decided to simply let people fill out a Google form. And in this form, we asked the following question. Do you think that flashing a competitor that you are racing for position should be allowed? Now, I quickly scrolled through it, but my guess is that it's pretty much 50-50.
Really?
Yeah, between yes and no.
That's surprising.
Even within the staff group, we are divided. Some people say yes, it should be allowed because it's realistic, and others say no, it shouldn't be because I am blind when I drive a VR.
Yeah.
So, it's just some people say yes, some people say no, and this is what we had with a lot of the people, a lot of the questions, the feedback questions. People don't always agree, and we've had over 130 answers on the feedback forms. So, with a total amount of, let's say, 585, if I remember correctly, drivers signing up for the previous season, we have about 20% of the drivers who filled out the feedback form. So I do believe this 50-50 thing is representative for the entire league.
Yeah, that's interesting, to be fair, because I know, like, obviously if you're in a real race car, let's just say that, you know, and you've got someone behind you who's flashing your lights, and you want to not be distracted. Surely you just, you know, if you're in a car, you just move your mirror. I would, if it was the main you know, windscreen mirror. You just move it or just click it down so it's not blinding. You can't do that in sim racing because you've got virtual mirror sat there right in the middle of your screen, and even more so when you're in VR because everything else is closed off around you, right? You know, in a real racing situation, you can almost tunnel vision. You can get round the fact that someone is flashing behind you, but in VR you can't. You can't as much. I just think it's a real tough. In blind, I think if you're in the VR situation, it's almost impossible to escape it, and I would be really frustrated, almost to the point where I just go, look, just go ahead. I don't want to deal with the fact that you're flashing me so much. That's interesting. Doing it again, right? I've seen this now a couple of times. Raya, the guy in the lead, going onto the grass, maybe to pull the tires.
Yep, I've seen this a couple of hours ago already, actually.
Yep. That was definitely what happened then. And they're doing it again, look, off the rumble strip. Chinks in the armour maybe for the leading team. Got some hot tyres underneath them maybe. It looks like they're trying to cool their tyres. That's crazy. That's a risky strategy, no?
That is indeed. But the point where they do it, at least one of them points, is one of the points where you could do it. Where it's not dangerous to quickly go off track into the grass. It's not a place where you would have to, you know, turn in shortly after.
It's funny, we've got a race here between second, third and first is behind second and third. Just goes to show you the pace of that car, the Porsche, been able to lap their competitors.
So, it for the time being looks like
doing it again. Look, both
Yeah.
tyres off, and the Ginetta behind doing it as well. That's
Yeah.
very risky, but I mean, if it works, it works.
Yeah, true. It looks like the rain isn't actually gonna stop. The minus is gone 30 minutes from now.
At least for the next half an hour, it's not. No, you're right.
Exactly.
It might stay at that level for a certain amount of time. I'm not too sure how the weather settings stay. Does it go in like chunks of a certain amount of hours?
In general, the weather resets itself every, what was it? Was it 4 or 6? I'm not entirely sure anymore. But it's basically a weather block.
Yeah.
And after this block, it resets itself and it can change again. But knowing this is an 8-hour race, it will most likely only include 2 such weather blocks. But of course, within this block, it can still become dry. That's not certain. If it stops, with a minus, that it won't become dry anymore.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. The minus has disappeared now. We're on 3 light rain blocks. Look.
Yeah.
Literally, as we're talking about it, and as the as Raya goes off the track even more to try and cool his tyres, bless him, they must be struggling, but they're still going very fast whilst doing this.
Exactly.
The following car, the Ginetta, is doing it behind. It's obviously a lot of the cars are struggling here with tyre temps. It's very interesting to see them do that. It's very risky, but obviously it's working.
All right.
Okay.
That's my cue, by the way.
No worries. Thank you very much for joining me. Like I said, without someone to help me through, I would have gone crazy. I would have spoken about something that's completely unrelated. Not that we pretty much did anyway, but thanks for joining me.
You would most likely still be stuck on the lasagna.
Probably, yeah, probably right. Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed it, and thanks for keeping me sane.
Thank you for having me, and
No problem.
I hope the upcoming 2 hours and 24 minutes are going to be exciting ones.
I'm sure they will be. I mean, it's the last couple of hours. Anything can happen at this stage. But yeah, brilliant.
Very true.
Yep.
All right.
No problem. Speak
See
soon.
you around.
So there we go. That was HaiCo joining us for the mammoth stint, to be fair. He was in the booth with us for most of that race, which is very nice of him to stop by and help me through this long 8 hours. It is a long time just to talk at a screen with people listening. It does take a lot out of you, because you've got to keep an eye on what's going on in the race, as we're having a brilliant race here between first and second. Martin Ulrich doing an incredible job. Looks like Jan's got a little bit of damage on the front of that Ginetta that's maybe slowing him down slightly. He's got the other Ginetta for company, but that Ginetta is a little bit further down. That is Hagel, I think, off the pace and a lap down from the guys in front. We'll keep an eye on that gap, but yeah. It's good to see the leaders here. The leader is actually 1 lap ahead of these guys as well. So, yeah. It just goes to show that after 6 odd hours of racing, how much this gap opens up. They are all struggling by the looks of things on tyres. Definitely the Ginetta is, and definitely the leader is. They're all struggling for tyre temperature, I think. Getting too hot, maybe, because the rain has started to stop. So, as you'll see, wiggling onto the grass is dangerous, but obviously works. Going for a move then, Ulrich. On the inside of Jan, and got it done. And the other Ginetta, the Pulse Sim Sport, I think it's called, manages to follow them through. Yeah. Marcus Hagel gets up the inside. But there you go, there's a move. We actually saw some changes towards the front. Jan then, I don't think he minds too much. He's still on the podium. Wait until the tyres change, maybe get your damage fixed, and you could probably have another go for the second spot a little bit later on. So, who have we still got in the chat? We still got a couple of people joining us for the last 2 hours. I know we've been talking about lots of different stuff. How many people have we got still here? Does anyone fancy a chat? Obviously, if you're racing in here, if your team's taking part, and you fancy coming in. Pulse has a nice colour combo. They do, yeah. It's one of the good-looking cars. There you go. So, Jan Kroter's in. Flashy. Indeed, very flashy. Jan is in for the pits. So that's probably why he was getting very much hustled by Martin Ulrich. Ulrich getting the position done. He's got to be careful now. To Dakuza, who is also very close. Whereabouts is he on track? Let's see if we can find him. I think he's actually passed him in the pit stop. So there you go. We've got Dakuza in the Maserati up into 3rd position. And that is probably on merit. I think that Jan will be down a pit stop now. So it's very interesting to see. P1 and P2 only have to stop one more time this afternoon. 3 and 4 have got to stop a load more times. Look, that is going to come into the race a little bit later on. Whether we see some of these guys that still have 3 on the board coming in and running through at the end. Yep. Be interesting. Dakuza up into 3rd position on that in the lovely Maserati. It sounds brilliant, doesn't it? I'm actually surprised they've actually got so far in that car. It's not the fastest by a long shot. In the wet, at least. It's good in the dry. Ooh, got a couple of drive-throughs there, look. The 324. Mihai's got a drive-through. Now, what's that for? I wonder. Drive-throughs are normally imposed by the game. For whatever reason. Can't find him on the... There he is. Palmas. Is it? You give me the right driver here? Ah, they've changed driver, that's why. They must have just pitted. They got a drive-through already. That's not very good news. Fritz has got himself a penalty. And the 12th place car of Reed Alderud also got himself a 10-second penalty. That's not good news. So my guess, 1 last driver swap and 2 drive-throughs. I thought that this kind of thing would happen. We'll have someone come through and do like a little drive-through towards the end to even out their stint time. That will be very interesting to see how that goes down. But I think it probably will happen because they've just got so many, you know, so many to fulfill before the race is ended. Can you show 16th? Of course I can, yeah. So 16th is... There you go. The R&D team. The Turkish outfit. They're doing very well, actually, now. They are 5th in class. How far away are they from that AMG? I think they've actually just overtaken it, no? Let's see. No, they haven't. No, it's a little bit further back. They got a little while to get onto the back of that car. Yeah, 40 seconds, I think the gap was there. They're letting other cars go through. Yeah, long old day in the office for that M4. Unfortunately, having to really lose time for traffic. Yeah, to be fair, there was another Maserati in the race that didn't fare so well. We were on board with them for a little while, and it was incredibly scary. So I'm not surprised that they've thrown in the towel. I think they were having a right time of it. And after a good few hours, I think they probably thought, no, we'll throw this one. Who have we got close by? That's the P18 car. Arta Meisuka. He is very close to Tetra Dax, just ahead. in the Porsche. It's Porsche v Porsche here. We're going to see, hopefully, a little change. That following Porsche, though, looks like it's got a bit of damage to the front end. It's obviously been in a little bit of a shunt somewhere. Yeah, see the braking there and the lights flashing, so that's normally a telltale sign to say that there's a little bit of damage on the car. So we might see a move here for P18. Not a class change, though, because the 117 car is actually a pro split car when it's overtaking a AM, so we won't lose any position, so we might as well let him pass, to be honest. Right, so we're going to drag in one of the other drivers for the Brexit boys, Tommy Schatz. How you doing, buddy? Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hey.
Yeah. I was just turning my sound down. Yeah.
That's a good stint.
Yeah, it was good. First was very good, like the start. Was very clean actually. I'm very surprised, at least for me.
Yep.
I saw crashes, but yeah, it went pretty well. I think we went up to P2.
Yep.
Yeah, then we had some pedal issues from Liam,
Bless
like
him.
the class G29 pedal issues. I had the same, so a couple of years back. So yeah, it's a shame, but we're still in the race. Still doing P8 right now, so still good.
Yeah, I think he had the. He says he solved the issues because he's back in the car now, isn't he?
Yeah. I don't know what he did. He sprayed some contact spray or something and cleaned it a bit, and it's all good now. So luckily,
he knew about this going into the race. Unfortunately, we're talking about this car, by the way, for the stream. He knew about this before going into the race, and he said it wouldn't be a problem on AC because it doesn't affect it that much. But obviously, it's started to cause havoc. Bless him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It got worse. So he said he never did like this in practice. So
No.
it got a lot worse. So, but he fixed it, so it's all good.
A little bit of a shame, seeing as you guys were doing so well. You haven't had any big incidents, so I did notice, I think, a Ginetta going up the inside and pushing Jamie quite wide at one point.
Yeah, where we had like Jamie had like two little bumps, but it was alright. It was just a little bump.
You
little
haven't
tap.
You haven't been spun round or anything like that? It's literally just, unfortunately, Liam off the pace because of his hardware issue.
Yeah, no spins. Yeah, we had no issues at all actually. No damage, like maybe 3 seconds for the little bumps. Yeah, but no issues, no spins, nothing really. So
it's a
very
shame.
clean for us.
Yeah.
Well, it's still P8.
I mean,
And we still, maybe we have something still left, cause strategy-wise,
yeah.
we still have 2 pit stops. So, it's gonna rain harder now.
Oh
30
no,
minutes.
yeah, you're right. 30 minutes just come up. More rain. Some people saying that a lot of people, some of the cars have moved to dry tyres, which is
Really?
I'm not sure how much truth there is on that. I think on the dry tyres you can see a little bit of wording on the outside of the tyre. But yeah, that'd be interesting to see. I'll keep an eye, but yeah.
No, we're still on wet, and the temperatures are still green, so it's all good. So,
Did you
don't think
notice?
maybe?
So sorry to interrupt you. I was going to say, did you notice some of the cars on the grass trying to cool their tyres?
No,
Did you not?
is that a thing?
Apparently
I didn't know
so.
that.
Yeah, the leader is on some points of the track got all 4 wheels on the grass trying to cool the tyres.
Oh, or maybe because we have the Ginetta, it's like a very light car.
Yeah.
We don't have that same issue.
I mean,
Maybe.
if you get overheating tyres, maybe put it on the grass for a little bit.
Yeah,
It seems to be a legit strategy.
Okay, well, I will tell Liam that.
You feed it
Yeah.
back, yeah.
Yeah. No, but I think we're still pretty good because we have like 1 pit stop to go, like real pit stop, and maybe do like a little splash and dash at the end.
Yeah.
So we're gonna gain like 30 seconds, hopefully.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will be doing very similar things to what you're suggesting, so I wouldn't...
Really? Oh.
Probably, yeah. The Maserati's got 3 stops to do, so he'll definitely be doing something funny at the end. I would have thought, and because it's getting more rainy now, some of the people who are saving pit stops will probably do what you're talking about. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, some people might get caught out. Some people might not. It might not work. Some people might not know about it. So we have been talking about it on the stream anyway. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, we won't dwell on it. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Mate, amazing first stint to get yourself up into P2. Unfortunately, though, a couple of technical issues. It happens in endurance. But yeah, are you back in the car later?
No, that's it for me.
All done.
Yeah, Liam's gonna go for as long as possible, as long as his gear holds out, and then Jamie's gonna do the last. Well, I don't know how long. Yeah.
Okay. Well, brilliant first endurance race, man. Obviously, always welcome back with the Brexit boys. We'll, doors always open if you fancy doing more.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Lovely.
Well, you're in the Discord now anyway, so we'll ping everyone when the next one comes out. So you'll get a notification.
Okay, great. Well, maybe I will. Yeah. It's a lot of fun to do this.
Yeah. It's a shame it's just been raining the whole time.
Yeah, I was hoping for dry like in the last hour or so, but now it's gonna rain again. So.
Yep. Never mind.
Wow.
Never mind.
Okay.
Apparently there's a KTM that's trying to move up the ranks, but he's quite a way down. Maybe not at the moment. He's in P23, but we'll keep an eye on him.
Well, the KTM is very fast. Like he has
Really
a very
fast.
fast driver. Yeah, but I think he has also, or the team, a little bit less slower driver. So.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, thanks for jumping in and having a chat. Thanks for taking part as well. It's been great fun.
No problem. Thank you.
No worries. Speak soon. There we go. That was Tommy Schetz, who was the third driver for the BB Purple team, who you're on board with now. Liam is lapping around now with the pedals working for him. Bless him. He's actually one of the closest cars to someone else at the moment. As if my eyes don't deceive me, I don't think we've got any other gaps that are closer than this. So we'll stay with Liam. He seems to be catching up to Jake Fang quite quickly. Having issues with his pedals. P8, yeah, I know. We were P2. We were P2 at one point. But just, it's how it goes, isn't it? It's racing. Things happen, things change. So Mike Fritz saying he's on a charge. Last lap was a 1:47.1. That is actually quite a lot faster than everyone else at the moment. He's doing very well. Benjamin Kruter did a 1:47.1 as well. But yeah, Mike Fritz doing well. He's done all his pits. But you got a long way to the guys in front of you, unfortunately. Jolly Roger, it's not been the one for you guys today. Next time, we'll have fingers crossed. Hopefully you can put in a better performance. It's not been plain sailing. Right, let's stay on board with Liam for a second. I'm just going to go and use the bathroom, and we'll see if he can overtake this Chevy. Best of luck, and I'll see you in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Thanks for bearing with me. Just refueled, got myself a coffee to last us the next 2 hours. Not got long, as Liam's trying to find a way round Jay Fang. Oh, that's the very, very unsafe rejoin of the track there from the Nighthawk boys. Might actually have himself a little bit of a slap on the wrist there. Oh, that was very close. Can't be really reversing onto the track like that. I don't think he meant to do it, but that was a very silly way to join. That's a huge amount of damage on that car. Had to be very careful. Almost taking out Liam Young, but they managed to avoid, so we're all good. So people saying about dive bombs and blue flag ignoring in the chat. P13 not being sporting under blue flags as he comes into the pits. No, we didn't see that, unfortunately, but we do have a bit of a scrap going on, so we will focus on this for now, seeing as Liam is getting quite close, making a defence and dive bombing. Yeah, well, if you do have a grievance of any kind, the best thing to do is record all the relevant information that you need and forward it over to the coordinators in the Discord. They'll be able to tell you what you need to do, or if you've missed anything, or if there's any punishment to be handed out. Unfortunately, I can't pass judgment here, apart from just basic opinion. Can we see the second and third battle? Of course you can. Let's have a look. I didn't realise there was a battle for second and third. There is. It's Dakuza and Ulrich. Let's jump on board. Sorry, I didn't even know it was happening. The Maserati has caught up very fast. Will stay with us. Oh, and that's Porsche well off the track, but getting out of the way. Very good. And the rejoin. See, that's when flashing lights should be used. But yet, Dakuza then all over the back of Ulrich. Martin Ulrich doing a sterling job of getting to second position after... It was a bit of a disastrous start for him. Dakuza's had a bit of a fight back. His car's almost all turned white with the patina of the racetrack. How you doing, Andy Vandervelde? I'm assuming this is your team, isn't it? This is the... Let's have a look. It was the Van Wall Simsport team. Yep, we have Connor Wright, Dakuza, and Marlon Andrade in this team. Yeah, that Pirelli sign not getting the rub of the green. Right, let's see what Dakuza can do. I think this battle's probably going to go on for a little while. The track is very dry in comparison to what it has been. Damp, it says, but there's definitely not a lot of rain around. And in comes the Maserati, slowing it down, getting through the very tricky pit here at Alton Park, but manages to get it in. No dramas there. He'll pull in. So he got very close, maybe because he had a slow car, a fast car, because he didn't have much petrol on board. But he's come in for the pit. He's got 3 to clear, so he's got to get it done at some point. So unfortunately, we've missed out on a little bit of a battle there. That Maserati, though, like you say, no joke in the wet. Very, very tough stuff for him. Yeah, in he comes. Where to report someone? What do we do to report? All the information you need about reporting people can be found in the Discord, alright? So what you need to do is go to the AOR Discord, which I'm sure you're a member of. You need to go over to the endurance information. Okay, and it tells you there you have an inquiry form that you need to fill in. What I'll do, though, I'll be very nice and I'll post it in here. So you've got it there, alright? I'm pretty sure that's what you need to make an inquiry. Alright, and then just post that, and some people will get back to you, or the penalty will be issued, alright? And then hopefully we can move on and forget about such childish things. I think as long as you didn't understand, no worries. As long as you know, you haven't been forced off the track, then it's probably all good. A little bit of a defence maybe was misunderstood. I'm not sure, but we've got a bit of a hustle going on here with Liam. SOP being undertaken, I think, or being overtaken by a back marker, and also the leader then behind. Good old Donny. isn't it? Another league of another name, which I won't mention, doing Donny next week. I think they're doing an endurance-style league. I think it's Donington as the next place. Love a bit of Donington. Is it still sponsored by Simply Sausages? Hope it is. Schmeets in P20 is very close to Williamson. Of course, the next round of Season 7 is round Donington, isn't it? Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting race, I think. Yeah, Siklari, going to be an alien. He'll probably be close. Yeah, I think you're right, isn't he? Oh, that was very, very sideways for Williamson. Coming out of the last corner. A little bit of damage on the front of Schmidt's car. I don't think that's really helping him. Good little battle going on here. Oh, and he's off. Williamson taking to the grass then. And Schmidt's managing to get the position. Not sure if that was all fair, but I didn't see what happened. I didn't think anyone pushed anyone wide. That was going through cascades. I think we're all okay. The Mackie and the Porsche are two strong cars, yeah. McLaren seems to be very strong just in general at the moment. Right, Liam then, all on the back of Fang again. Fang must have had an incident because he did actually get quite far ahead, but Liam has got a very fast car behind, but it's not for position. Yeah, the fast car behind is unlapping himself and is going up the inside, whatever the weather by the looks of things. I think we're all good. Oh, Fang defending really hard, going down the straight here into Old Hall, turn 1. That Mercedes is unlapping himself, and we've got a leader behind also just trying to get past this traffic. It's not doing him very much. Oh, and Fang then hitting the inside of Liam's car, but I think Liam's managed to sort himself out. They're going to go side by side down here. There's a lot of cars all in the same area of track at the moment, and no one wanting to lift. This could be dangerous. McLaren, the Mercedes there at the back, looks like he was pulling over. Oh, that's the SOP Chevy going sideways off into the grass. And a lot of the cars there just trying to get out of the way of the leader who's coming through the pack. David Ressel having a real time of it trying to navigate this stuff. The form will be looked at almost straight away, and they'll get back to... They'll impose any fines if they need to be. Normally, there's guys that are on it that will look at what's going on. Don't you worry about that. As long as you've submitted it and it's been sent off, that's the main thing. So what does Liam do here? He's really close to Fang. It's for position, for 7th, so it's good position at the end of the day. He's got a fast car behind him that's not for position, and he also has the leader lapping. You know, do you let the leader and the fast car behind to try and slow down Fang and follow them through? Or do you just hold line and just see what happens? It's a very tricky situation. But they're all so close on pace. Fang going wide then to defend on the inside, going down into turn 1. I think Liam is going for the outside, trying to get a good braking zone. And he's gone right round the outside of him. Fang having a little snap of oversteer. And Liam is promoted up into P7. It's great stuff from Liam. And the leader and the faster car going through. So that was double bonus for him. He got past and also didn't have to abide by the blue flag. So he will, though, as soon as they get close, have to blue flag himself. And he'll probably do that sooner rather than later. When's he going to do that? Blue flags are out and waving. He's got to get over at some point and let the leader past. There you go. So now he's moved over to let the leader past. Good time to do it. And there's a slower car there. Doesn't have to let him pass, but he is quite fast, that Mercedes. No problem, Kareem. As long as you put the form in, it will get looked at, and then the punishment, if there is one, will get sent out. All right, you probably won't hear back from it. Okay, it will get dealt with if the punishment is, needs to be added. That was a very slick move from Liam, actually. Round the outside of turn 1, and then let the leader pass, and held off the slower car that's trying to unlap himself. So yeah, really good stuff. Up into 7th position. One more pit to go. Maybe a splash and dash at the end. Right. Let's not just stick on one car. Let's maybe see what's happening throughout the pack. As the Mercedes almost collects the wall there. Fang following him. Who's in that Mercedes at the moment? No, it's not him. It is, yeah, there you go. It's Atta Ayadugan. He's all at sea, unfortunately. These guys qualified, we spoke to them earlier. They qualified 5th. They've had an awful start to the race, unfortunately bidding the car early. And trying to fight their way back through the field. They're doing a good job of it, to be fair. They're so quick. It's just a shame that they're so far down, because these guys could really, put the pressure on some of the top boys. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. 4 seconds between Wright and Semensky. We're on board. Well, we're almost on board with Semensky anyway. So we'll keep an eye on Semensky and Wright. Connor Wright, obviously, absolutely speedy boy. He's going to be reeling in Semensky at a rate of knots. You can see him in the background there, looking menacing. Right, we're inside the 1 digits now, boys. 1:53 to go. We're almost there. It's been a long old race. That Porsche has been leading from lap 1, which is incredible. Absolutely blinding performance. We're on board with Hubert Semensky in the 407 for the SOP Sports Racing Team. Ooh, kick of oversteer. Exiting Druids. .689 is the gap now to Wright, and this is for podium position. SOP driving a brilliant race at this point. Really good stuff. Yeah, Connor is absolutely smashing it. He is really, really impressive at the moment. I think so much so we should probably jump on board with him and see what it's like from his point of view, because it's probably pretty special. Damp conditions, right? He's in a Maserati. Got no traction control. Absolutely caning it. There's the gap. About 3 seconds. It's actually gone down to 2.5 in the space of half a lap, which is incredible. And the fact that he's also doing it in a Maserati is even better. This is the Van Wall boys, isn't it? We'll stay on board and I'll stop talking so you can have a listen. Yep, no ABS, no traction, raw skill, and a wet track. Liam getting well out of the way for these boys. Doesn't want any of that fight. Yep, great sounding car. Like we said, no traction control, no ABS. Just Connor and a little bit of free track and a target ahead to go and chase. How much speed he's able to keep in the corners in comparison to that Chevy is quite impressive, to be honest. Where do you think he's going to get the job down? Maybe into turn 1. See if he can get a good run at him. Oh, mighty impressive through Druids. Might even see it into the last corner. No, thought better of it. Get a good drive out of here. Over Deer Leap, and we should be home and dry. But I think that gap's going to be too big for a move into turn 1. He's going to have to wait. Didn't quite get that move done through Druids. I think it was probably a bad place to even try. But he'll learn and maybe go on for a different place next time. Seems to be much quicker in the lower down stuff. On the outside here, this is an incredibly fast corner. He's going to get it done. Connor right up the inside. This is for second position. Just absolutely drives round. Great stuff. That's a tough corner, that. Full speed. Just dives him straight up the inside. No mucking about. That's P2. I don't think there's much that Semensky could have really done about that. Just hold on and hope for the best. I think it was a matter of time before that Maserati got past, and what a job he's done to get himself up into second position. Connor Wright then, really driving very fast. Good overtake, exactly. Yeah, it's good stuff. I don't think we're going to see any more changes going on there. I think that's pretty much all she wrote. I don't think Hubert Semensky's going to have anything to give back. I think we're pretty much done there. This race is still going. How many laps have they done? 205 to be exact. 205 laps round Alton Park. We've still got an hour and 40 minutes to go, so that's probably going to go up even more so. Add another 50 to that. Yeah, I agree. That Maserati does sound really cool though, doesn't it? It's the downshifts. Just shattering downshifts. Good stuff. Right, let's see if we can find another little battle going on somewhere towards the back end of the grid. I don't think there's a lot going on back here that's for position, to be honest. I think we're all quite spread out towards the back end of the grid. Takanashi's reasonably close to Hemsoth. Which I think we'll try and maybe keep an eye on. There he is. Takanashi. The Karimbimba. Karimbabimba? I wonder what that even means. What does that stand for? Does anyone know in the chat? Rika Takanashi, that's a great name. 5 seconds off Keith Hemsoth ahead. Yeah, new type. We were looking earlier, there were 2 Maseratis in the field. One Maserati looked like it was you were trying to wrestle a hippo to try and get it around the track. And then you go on board with Connor Wright, and you were just like, wow, so smooth, so easy. So they'd obviously completely ironed out all of the problems they had with that car. Yeah, I've got no idea what it means. No clue. But he's actually got the gap down now to 3 seconds, Takanashi. So we'll stay with him, because that purple car you can see just ahead, in front of the Nighthawks team, is the car that we're interested in, the Porsche. Just going over the hill now. You can't quite see it, but you might see him there at the end of the straight. This is who we're chasing. We are 3.245 seconds away. There's plenty of time to do it. Pit stops, though. What have we got? We've got Hemsworth. Got 1 more pit to do. Takanashi has got 2. So maybe some cheeky stuff going on there. Oh yeah, how is the lasagna going? How was it? Is it good? I think the lasagna was finished ages ago. I want lasagna updates, please. Yeah, I was watching the stream for the other Maserati who chose it just for the lulz. I mean, why not? I mean, they gave it a good go, and it was funny to watch them try, but it looked like you were being attacked. Just physically and mentally inside that car. It was just full on just attack. AOR did a very good job with the custom BOP. I think so. Yeah, maybe the Porsche to be nerfed a little bit more, but you know, what other Porsche have we got up in the top 10? We haven't. We've got Watson, Jordan Watson in 10th, and then the leader. Look, the leaders have done an incredible job. They've got 2 very fast drivers. Got 3 very fast drivers, to be honest. David's very quick. Florian Barrier. Sorry, let's have a double check the names. I'm pretty it is Florian in the car. Yeah, Florian Bauer and Tom Reyer, all very quick. David Ressel's obviously very quick too. They are doing at the moment 48s, but it could just been because of back markers. But they've got one of the fastest laps on the board at the moment, the 146.1. So they're doing very good. To be honest, it has actually been a very solid race. I haven't seen many people. I think the Jolly Rogers have had a bit of a hard time of it. That Maserati, the 420 car, has had a real tough race. They've actually finished now. But yeah, Alton's good. Alton Park's good fun. It throws up some good racing, just like we're seeing now. We've got 1.5. He's managed to half the distance. So Takanashi's driving out of his skin at the moment. There's his target ahead. We've got Hemsworth, currently 2nd in class, so even if he lets Takanashi mow the lawn and get past, it won't matter. Takanashi's probably lost a couple of seconds now, he's got to get that back. It is proper UK weather, exactly. It's exactly what it will be like in real life, just rain constantly. Rain, shame and tears. Lost a bit of time, hasn't he? Bless him. Japanese missile incoming. I don't even... do you reckon Takanashi's Japanese? Can we get... anyone know? Can we get some news on Rika Takanashi? I want to know. And he's saying sitting outside the pub wasn't much fun this afternoon. I mean, it's been quite windy, hasn't it, in the UK? It's been windy out there, windy and grey. I can see out the window at the moment. It's not exactly fun. It doesn't look good. It's not good pub weather. As much as English people love pubs. I'm assuming that's where you're hailing from, Andy. Who's got the mental strength? Tom Rea, hello indeed. Well done, is all I can say. Cracking result with the boys at the moment. Leading with a lap in hand. It's good stuff. I think we should stick with it until otherwise. Yeah. I would be disappointed if he wasn't Japanese at the moment. But Rika doesn't sound very Japanese to me. That sounds maybe South African. So maybe we'll get a word from the Karim Bambimba team, if we can get some information about where he's from. Rika Takanashi then, going for 11th position. I don't think the Porsche will fight him too hard, because he's already second in class. He's got podium in class. You know, what's one position to him at this point? Now that is a nice clean move. Got the run through Druids, up the inside before the last corner. It's good stuff. Takanashi up into 11th position. And that's the only move we're going to see on track at the moment for a little bit. Got the 117 Porsche quite close. It's 3 seconds adrift. Might see some moves from him. But I am suspecting a pit stop soon from some of these guys. Might have some stuff going on. Does AOR do a GT4 league? As far as I'm aware, no. Don't think there's a GT4. There was a league, but not enough interest, yeah. I don't think they do one at the moment. Paphos is sitting there enjoying some dry-aged pancetta. It's very random. What happened to the lasagna? I want to know what happened to this lasagna. Who was it who had the lasagna? We're talking about different lasagnas. Yeah, multi-class is the way forward. Or one-off events. Yeah, community events is definitely the one. It's much more encompassing. Get to have a good fun afternoon. The only problem is, the only thing it's missing is just that kind of end goal of having points or, you know, having other bits and pieces. You know, to kind of achieve at the end of a season to go, yay, I've got 100 points, I'm P10. Or something along those lines. Nutty and cheesy notes, right. Fitz was making lasagna. Man's probably in a food coma, definitely. Right, let's see if we can get some more side-on-side racing. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to. 16th, I think, is the only man on track at the moment who's close to making an overtake. And that's on Keyskin ahead. So we'll watch him, reel him in. It looks like he's going quite fast, this guy in the Porsche. Artem Maisuka in the GG17 SRT. 2.7's the gap. He is chasing, I think, that GT4 who's off at the moment. Well, he's actually being overtaken, but I think that's the team that is trying to get themselves unlapped. You read my mind. Yeah, I think there's a small amount of bullying that comes with GT4, I'm not going to lie. I think you just have to roll with the punches and the door taps. .752's the gap. I think he does look much quicker at this point. I think that GT4 M4 BMW is really struggling, almost losing it on the rumble strip. And in the end, I think the pass is very easy. Oh, we were robbed of a little bit of a battle there. That's the leader there, trying to unlap or lap everyone, it seems. That car is just so quick. The leader's They've got themselves an absolutely brilliant car. The eSport Designs is a really good outfit, doing the job this afternoon. They've been leading since lap 1, 211 laps in the lead, pretty much. Apart from different pits, almost. You've got to be very careful getting yourself sun-lapped. Oh, and look, we might actually be saved, because P15 just went very wide. So he's got to get it all done again, I think. Yeah. So we get to see it happen again. I mean, you know you've gone 6.5 hours into an endurance race when you start talking about dry-aged meat. I've always wanted to try, like, dry-aged steak, you know, like if you dry a steak or put a steak away for, like, I don't know, 2 months. See what actually happens. They say it tastes very good. I mean, blue flags aren't so much of a thing in endurance, man. You kind of have to just make your way around the car. It's not so madly policed as such. Mexico is struggling to get on the back of Arda, sorry. We got it done quite quickly last time. The gap half a second. I do like following. It's quite fun to watch from this camera. Ulrich, then, he's 5 seconds back from Hagel. We might keep an eye on that, as Keskin gets all sorts of on the grass. Yeah, 5th and 6th might be an idea to watch later. Ulrich, 5 seconds adrift. That could come down quite quickly. Tried a slice of Wagyu A5 last week. Disappointed, to be honest. I've never tried Wagyu. Is that how it's pronounced? Or Wagyu? Wagyu? Missing a lot of beef flavour. Super tender, but all of the fat marbling. Yeah, I think that's the problem. It just tastes like beef goo, doesn't it? Give me a nice big old slab of beef. Don't have to be all of this crazy Wagyu stuff. Just a good cut, you know? Doesn't have to be some weird genetically enhanced Japanese cow. I'm happy with just a normal cow. A normal cow from a normal field, eating normal grass, as opposed to some random genetically modified Japanese beast that's not allowed to move left, right or centre. Dry-aged beef and racing. I mean, what more can you want from a Saturday? I think that's enough racing on the back end of this R&D team's car. Bless him. Welcome, Voodoo. How you doing? Hope you've enjoyed the race so far. That KTM is moving on. It is. It's quick. He's a quick boy. He's just not had a very good race, unfortunately. I swear every time we look at him, he's either spinning or on the grass or, you know, coming towards the barrier at a rate of knots. But yeah, he's down in 23rd at the moment. He's trying to unlap himself about 1 million times. But, yeah, he's quick. But, it all went wrong at the beginning of the race, I think. Alton Park cows, why not? 2 cows. I mean, it depends. I wouldn't say that FIA-approved cow racing would be right up my street, but I mean, if you're brave enough to get on the back of a cow and give it a go, then I think it's probably going to be quite a fun form of motor sport. Yeah, it's been a long day. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Ulrich, don't you worry. Got a little battle going on. Meisuka getting close and then bidding it in the last corner. We'll stay with him. going to lie, that pasty chat makes me want to try beef Wellington. What's beef Wellington got to do with a pasty? The pasty's like the worst meat cut ever. It's not very nice. It's like all of the rubbish that they, you know, would normally put in, say, a sausage. I've never tried beef Wellington, I'm not going to lie. Never tried it. It does sound quite nice. Same with other bits. Stop making these puns, please. I mean, I've been here for 6.5 hours. We're going to get the odd pun now and again. Oh, funny. The poor Porsche, he's struggling to stay with this BMW, isn't he? Crispy dough around a meat roll. I mean, that's something slightly upsetting about that. Crispy dough around a meat roll. That's not going to help Masuka's chances. Having to get out of the way for Fang, is it? Oh, is it? It's Aiden Slow, actually, in that car now. Sounds delicious. I mean, it does sound delicious. I'm not very good at cooking beef, though. Whenever I cook beef, it just ends up like cardboard infused with some kind of meat. Anyone here on AOR ACC GT3 Tier 4? There will be some people here throughout the whole tiers, I'm sure. Without going through the whole tier list, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I mean, we've got 1.5 hours. Let's have a look, shall we? I'll see if I can recognise any names. I'll do this for you, but only you, Pathos, alright? Right, let's have a look. I'm going through the names now, and if I see anyone that I've noticed today, I'll let you know. Well, HaiCo, who was in the comms box with us, he's in Tier 4. He's departed for the evening, though. Racing, though. No. I don't think so. Well, that is very interesting news. Connor, I don't know how sure I am with that news. Let's see whereabouts they are on track. I mean, that could have possibly happened where they are, yes. So apparently Connor Wright overtaking him, unlapping himself. Okay, well. I mean, he's got an hour and a half to do it. Arguably, though, David is the slower driver, I think, without upsetting anyone. I don't know if that's the case, but I think David is maybe the slower driver in that team. And Connor is one of the faster drivers. It kind of makes sense. And I know, obviously, David's had a lot of traffic to contend with. So, yeah. Cardinal Smith, thanks very much. I've tried my best. I've tried to keep everyone involved, having a chat about different meats and other random things. We were talking about cheese at one point. There's only a certain amount of stuff you can talk about in 8 hours. Maserati power indeed. It's doing very well. If he has overtaken the leader and unlapped himself, then there's every chance that we could see a change. I don't want to miss a change here, actually, so we're going to go on board with Martin Ulrich, who is currently chasing 4th position on the back of Marcus Hagel, who has done a very good job, actually, in that car to survive a lot of damage going on earlier on in the race. Seems to have fixed the damage on the front end of that Ginetta, but the Ginetta's been doing quite well. It did have quite a long pit stop, but still doing good. We've got some... This is actually... All of these guys are for position. So Samir, Martin, Marcus, all on the same lap, all for position. This could get very spicy indeed. Marcus Hagel, then, looks like he's the slower one out here. Last lap was a 1:49, whereas Ulrich was a 1:47.7. Samir Fox looks like he may have pitted 1:53, so that might have been after a pit stop. So anything can happen here. This is going to be a good old race. That's a good view from the Ginetta. Ulrich going on the grass to maybe cool down those tyres. Look at what we've got in 30 minutes time though. We've got more rain. Heavy rain. Old Amsterdam cheese and a pasty is today's special. I mean, it was quite funny, I'm not going to lie. I want to know what your favourite cheese is. We've got black gold sauce cheese. It was Old Amsterdam. Is there any advances on Old Amsterdam? We had brie at one point, that's boring. I want some real specific cheese. Now, I like the little addition to this Ginetta. I don't know if you can quite see it. It's quite obvious. But there's a little flap there that's on the back of the spoiler. Bonus points if you can tell me what that flap's called and why. Marcus defending hard. Good stuff. Parks his car right in the perfect place, and that's going to put Ulrich under pressure from Foch. You have to be careful how we pronounce his name, eh? Foch. That was good defence. Nice and clean. Oh, the Audi going wide again to calm down those tyres. They must be screaming at him in heat. But he's getting him right on the grass to cool them down, sort out the pressure. We've got differing strategy. If his tyres are heating up quite a bit, he's willing this rain to get heavier, because that's going to help him. Oh, come on, you must know what that little thingy's called. It's a very famous little part of the car. Should we go back on the car so you can see? That silver thing, what's it called? Come on, you gotta know. Bit of racing trivia. It came in very handy with a particular driver who it's named after. You normally see them on M Sport BMWs nowadays. Yeah, bless that little Ginetta. It looks like he's having fun, doesn't he? That rain definitely looks like it's coming down a bit heavier now, doesn't it? We'll see on board from that Ginetta. Again, defensive on the inside. It's a tricky old little section here through Hislop. Hey, Lars, straight in there with the right answer. Now you can tell me why it's called the Gurney flap. Made famous. There's a bit of delay in the stream, boys. That's why it always takes about 20 seconds for the answers to come through. This is a good old race here. There we go. So HaiCo coming into the pits. We'll stay on board with Ulrich because he's fighting Samir at this point. Samir and the SOP team looking very racy now. Latter end of the race. Ulrich's done all of his pit stops. Doesn't have to come in again. P4, 5 and 6 going at it. Exactly. Why would you not? At this point in the race, you've really got to go for it. Dan Gurney. There we go. What a legend. He did, yep. He decided that a little lip on the back of a spoiler would increase the efficiency of the wing. Give him a little bit more downforce. Because it would disturb the air so much so that it would put a little bit of pressure on the back end of that spoiler. right at the very pivotal point where you need a little bit more downforce. So that's why you see sometimes cars have little gurney flaps on them. Race cars got them too. Just by adding that little lip on the back of the spoiler can, funny enough, really help with downforce. Crazy, eh? And also, gurney flap sounds a little bit naughty, doesn't it? Get your gurney flap out. Ulrich's doing a stellar job to keep Foch behind. That's a spicy car, the SOP car. It's been doing a good job. You get a cookie, indeed. Get some biscuits. A pat on the back. Oh, the cable management inside the Chevy's awful. Look at that. That's a fire hazard, that. I love looking at this view. You can see the inputs of the throttle that how quickly he was on that brake. There was no control on that into the apex. There was no trail braking. It was just straight on in. See how he goes into this little section here. That was a little bit more controlled on the old trail. Good stuff. Foch is putting in work here, trying to reel in Ulrich. Ulrich's doing a great job though. I think his tyres are suffering. This is why he's coming towards the Chevy here. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it done through Druids. It's a bit of a risky place. Maybe going into turn 1. Might be able to get something done, but that Audi's so quick in a straight line that it just runs away. Not really much Foch can do, but sit there and watch. Foch, watch. America. There's a boat chasing down a supercar. Just relies on the ABS. Exactly. Just smashes the brake pedal down. Yeah, that Audi's so quick in a straight line. It must be super, super slippery, but just not very good in the corners. Hey, I think we're going to have a little conversation with the old Irish team. Hello, boys.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Doing well.
How's the race going? I did see you flying off wildly earlier on.
Yes, that would be me, yes.
Oh,
and then, not the best re-entry on the track.
Yeah, I did moan about it a little bit, but did you get a penalty for it?
We didn't, actually.
Did you not? Well, I wouldn't hold your breath, boys, to be honest.
Yeah, let's just hope they've forgot about it and we'll move on.
I mean, I did shout about it quite loudly, so I don't know. Maybe no one reported it.
I think enough time has passed now that I'm hopeful that no one's reported it.
Yeah. They seem to be pretty sharp on giving out penalties, so...
Sometimes there's a bit of a delay, boys, so I wouldn't...
Don't tell us that. Don't tell us that. No, we're happy enough with how things are going. You know, we were riding high earlier on in the race, but we dropped back a little bit. Really struggled with the tires as the rain has sort of cut down quite a bit.
Yeah.
So we're having to do a lot of work to cool them down. So that's been the main struggle, really, the second part of the race.
Definitely looking forward to the heavier rain coming down. Never thought I would say that either.
Yeah. Bring back the puddles.
It's just it's in a really awkward place right now. It's not dry enough to use dry tires, but it's also, up until about 10 minutes ago, it definitely wasn't wet enough for what we were using. So we just, every time we changed the pressures of the tires, the track just got to a stage where it was ever so slightly warmer than what we wanted it to be.
Yeah.
So we're really hoping this next wee stint of rain that comes down goes a long way to keeping those tires cool and hopefully get some faster laps out of it. But we're still above where we wanted to be. We're currently out of our tier group. Let me see. We're third from bottom. Yes, and we're catching the 9th place, the Hardy, Temic and Ludham team, the Janetta. So they still have a pit stop to go as well. So fingers crossed we will be challenging for that 9th place. I don't believe 8th is within grasp, but a lot can happen in an hour and 20 minutes. So
yeah. I mean,
well, I've stripped down to my undies. I'm doing a rain dance here, trying to get a bit more rain happening. So if we can get that, yeah, we'll be fine.
Speaking of food, I need your take on pasta bake. What are your thoughts?
Me, my thoughts on pasta bake. Well, it depends on what kind of pasta you're baking and what's the sauce.
We're going fusilli pasta with creamy tomato sauce.
Okay, is that a bit like the Home Pride?
Yes, I think it's creamy tomato and bacon.
Yeah.
And over here, I'm not sure if this is something you guys do over in the mainland, but crushed cheese and onion crisps and cheese over the top before it goes into the oven.
God, definitely not.
Absolutely incredible. I'm telling you.
Crushed crisps on top of pasta.
I'm not joking you. It is a game changer. An absolute game changer. Take this as a certified Island of Ireland fact. Crushed crisps on top of pasta is next level.
I mean, well, I don't think I've ever heard that before. I've heard of breadcrumbs, like, on top, but not crushed crisps. Does it not go, like, all soggy and then...
No, so you put the cheese on and then the crisps are sprinkled on top of it, so they go quite crispy in the oven, even more crispy. It's sensational. I've just had a bowl, that's the reason why I'm talking about it. So,
I mean, we've been talking about food the whole time, to be fair.
Absolutely, as we should.
Yeah.
To answer your cheese question, I'm thinking applewood cheese for me, a nice smoked cheese.
A nice applewood cheese. That's a good shout. We've had boring shouts. Black Gold Sauce said something about Old Amsterdam. Never heard about that. Some weird Dutch thing that he knows. And then we've had Edam cheese, which is again very boring. A nice apple smoked is good.
Maybe that's what gives Goldsaw his electric pace. His cheese time.
He's just got different cheese, makes him faster.
I'm going to add to the boring list. I love a wee bit of red Leicester.
Now, there's nothing boring about red Leicester because, right, it's normal cheese, but it's red.
Red Leicester's good. Definitely one I would get behind. I do like a brie, to be fair, as well, but, you know...
It's the type of insight you're not going to get from other drivers, by the way.
Absolutely, yeah. The rest of the field's not willing to come on and talk to you about their food habits, you know... Nothing's off boundary with us. So.
The chat's getting well involved. And one of the boys has just come back, actually. Fizz Calgan, I think his name is. He made a lasagna earlier on. How did the lasagna go? How did it go? I want to know. He said he was making a big lasagna. He was going to eat it all, not save some more. If you make a lasagna, do you eat it all in one go? Or do you save some for like later on in the week?
I would be more of a save.
You've got to save it.
Yeah.
I'd be afraid of crisps in his, to be honest. So
no crisps in lasagna. No, that's wrong.
So do you draw the line at crisps on lasagna? Is that what we're saying?
Tell me this: is crisp sandwiches a thing?
Yeah.
In mainland, that's okay.
Yeah.
I think we might have fallen out if that wasn't a thing over there.
Yeah, no, crisp sandwiches is definitely a thing. I can't say I've had them. I mean, you're falling on hard times if you're having a crisp sandwich, to be honest.
I mean, over here we're always on the poverty line, you know. There was a comment earlier. There was a comment earlier about potatoes all the time.
Oh,
I believe. So, not every day, but I would say potatoes maybe form part of my diet, maybe 3 or 4 days out of the week.
One of your 5 a day. I mean, why not?
Oh. There's a reason stereotypes are stereotypes.
There's a bit of truth in them, you know.
Absolutely, Irish people and potatoes is 2 shaking hands. So.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, boys, but there's a good old fight going on for 4th. Ulrich's managed to keep Foch at bay, but it's been going on for a couple of laps. But almost made the move into Druids, but I think he had to second guess it because there was going to be some very sad faces if something went wrong at this point in the race. But with an hour to go, what's your game plan, boys? You're in 22nd, and like you say, third from bottom. I think is a better way than saying 10th.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's the plan?
I think we've got one more position in us. I think we're going to try and take the Ginetta. I think we've got enough in the tank. We've hopefully well fueled. Tires if they last out. I think we've got them.
I mean, if you're smart about this, right, you would have put on your wet weather tyres now, or your wet weather pressures, because it's going to get, in the next half an hour, it's going to start really smashing it down. The track temp is really low, so I guess if you're about to pit now, you've got to think ahead and go, right, I'm going to have to put tyres that are going to be awful right now, but are going to come back to me later. Just so you know as well, that's my team, the ones that you're going for.
Oh no!
We're coming for them. We're coming for the Ginetta.
Yeah, well, best of luck. Do you know what the team's called? Have you looked?
It's the Brexit boys, isn't it? Yeah.
The Brexit's not going down well over here, to be fair.
To be honest, this is why I thought it was quite funny to mention to you guys, being Irish.
Destabilising our political environment, so...
I mean, the English, we always love to ruin stuff over there for you guys, you know. Just makes us happy. Keeps us warm at night.
I'm sure there's a few Irishmen in the chat maybe right now that have very different views than we do there's a few anti-imperialists that would have a few things to say to you, I can tell you.
Oh, well, we're only joking,
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, great chatting to you. Enjoy the rest of your race.
Yes, and thanks for the great commentary throughout. It's kept us entertained.
No worries. It's been great to have you guys to talk on and have chats, and I'm glad you took the potato jokes in the right way.
Absolutely.
If you can't take the mick out of yourself, there's no point. So
exactly. Boys,
enjoy the rest of your time.
It's been great having you on, so thanks very much. You've cheered me up.
See you. Bye.
See you soon.
Bye.
Well, there you go. That's the Irish boys in the 108 team. Hilarious. Keeping me honest with the banter. Good stuff. I'm glad they approved of the team name, and the potato jokes didn't insult anyone. So that's the main thing. I've ignored chat for a little bit because the banter was good with those boys. We're looking like a lot of people have actually made their pit stops that they need to now. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on there. It looks like Foch hasn't got past Ulrich yet, but they have to stop for a pit, at least a run through. So we'll see what happens. It's just whether Ulrich has enough petrol in the tank to get to the end. That's the main question. So let's see what's going on with the chat. So, Fitz said it was good. Nice. There was still a small plate left. Oh, is this of the lasagna? Good. Andy says he likes brie and a nice red onion chutney. Very good. Yeah, he didn't share a slice with me, Black Gold, so you're quite right. Very rude. I would have loved around 700 to 800 grams of lasagna. I mean, that's a good measurement of lasagna. I'm not sure I'd measure lasagna in grams. I mean, you've got to measure it in plates, right? How many plates can your lasagna make? I'm going for a good lasagna of about 3 plates tonight. It does sound like a good lasagna. Yeah, this is a very good defence from Ulrich, managing to hold people off here. I am actually looking back down the grid and seeing if we've got any other movement, because I haven't actually seen this guy in the car today. Let's see if we can jump on board here. I'm going to butcher his name. Whereabouts is he? He's in 19th position. There we go. Nicholas. We haven't seen Nicholas in the Legend 27 car. Is it Fastnacht? It's double S, isn't it, for the B? That's how German works, isn't it? It's about as much as I know. We might have an imminent arrival in the shape of HaiCo to guide us through the last hour and 5 minutes. Depends on how big the plate is. Yeah, I guess so. I guess plates can vary from small to big. I mean, if you're only serving up a very small plate of lasagna, I'm not sure I really want to be friends. Lasagna's got to come in full plates or not at all. Definitely not vegetarian. I think we've come to that agreement today. Still got a fight going on with these boys. and it's getting quite spicy. This is 4th place. It's not even for podium. These guys absolutely slogging it out for the best part of half an hour now. Whether this Chevy can find his way past... Oh, and there it goes! Ulrich off into the grass through Druids. Finally lets up and manages to make a mistake. Oh, I bet Samir has just sighed. A massive sigh of relief. Martin's just jumped off a cliff. Doesn't care anymore. He's done. What happened to Bojangles? I did not see what happened to Bojangles. He's binned it, has he? P19. He's in the pit. Major Bojangles. That is not a good sign, my friend. He is in the pit. Oh, heli camera's getting lost. That looks quite terminal. I hope he can get out and running again. I mean, it would be really harsh if he couldn't. Oh, he's off. Good, that's the main thing. The car looks very hurt. I mean, this is the kind of things you have to expect from me, right? I will miss most things, okay? It's not until you shout at me and say, Rage, you missed this, or you didn't see that. Yeah, I'm very sorry. I missed it completely. I was too busy talking about lasagna. So he absolutely binned it in the background. Oh, poor Jolly Roger. They've not had a good race, unfortunately. They're great set of guys. We had a chat with them in the 12-hour once before. But they've had a real tough time of it today, bless them. It's been a real baptism of fire and spins and grass. Gave it some tire wall love. Nice. Ah, so it was when the same place as where Martin felt the love. Okay, I've got you. I just missed it completely. I'm very sorry. As long as you guys saw it, that's the main thing. So I wonder what the dealio is with... So Florian's back in the car now. He's going to probably take them home in the eSport designs. And where is he at the moment? He's coming through to the last corner. This is interesting. Where's Connor? Right, so Connor's just about to enter Druids. Very interesting. 24 seconds is the gap between Connor Wright and Florian Boa. Welcome. Are you joining me again for the last hour?
I am indeed.
Good. Did you have a little break?
Had a little break, had a little race that didn't actually happen.
Pan out. Okay. I mean, we had the Irish boys in back again for more conversations about various cheese and potatoes. It was quite fun. Not gonna lie, they're a good bunch of boys, aren't they?
They are indeed, yeah.
Yeah, it was good fun to have a chat. Connor Wright is doing a really good job at the moment. He's managed to unlap himself and get within 20 seconds of Florian Boa. But he has to pit, I think, one more time. Or twice. That's 2, isn't it? Eek. So he's going to have to pit in a minute and then probably do a run-through later.
Wow, they actually managed.
I'm pretty sure... Yep, they managed to overtake the leader, unlap themselves,
wow,
and cut down the time to 27 seconds. But I know that the top team, the esports team, what are they called? The eDesigns team, sorry.
Yeah.
They have just pitted, so they are all good to the end now. Whereas Wright, you can see he's got 2 marks. He's got to pit at least twice, and he's all over the place. He's off. He's off at his slot. Maybe the tyres are going off. We're proper wet now. It's going to start coming down even more. Track temp's gone down another degree. So, could see some people going wrong. Some crashes, maybe.
So within the past couple of hours, we've gone from heavy rain...
Yes.
...all the way back to barely any rain.
Mm-hmm.
Back to heavy rain.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
I think people have really struggled with the heavy rain and going back to no rain. Some people haven't, but I think a lot of people have. Someone who hasn't is that Maserati. It's done very well in the not-so-rainy period of the race.
It's now in the pit lane.
Ah, so he did come in and pit. You're right. Fitz says he wants to do some more endurance sim racing, but have no friends. I mean, that's a really sad thing to say in the chat, and I feel sorry for you. But if you do want some people to race with, look in the description below. have a look into the Discord with AOR, and every time there's an endurance race, there is a looking for team section, and you can find yourself a community that wants to race. So don't come at me with I've got the no friends excuse. There's plenty of people that would want you in their team.
Right. A great opportunity to actually make new friends.
Exactly.
That's the nice thing about it.
I mean, I don't know at the moment who's actually close on track. There's again, we go from periods of racy to not much at all, and I think we're in one of those periods. We've got 10-second gap between 12th and 11th. We've got a 6-second gap between 15th and 16th. Might get interesting later. I think that's about it, to be honest. I don't think there's much going on. Can't see any other bigger gaps or smaller gaps, sorry. We did have a good couple of periods of time in the last couple of hours where people were making up time and coming from behind and getting positions. So, yeah, I think we may see that come again in a minute. So the track has actually ticked over to wet, by the way. From damp to wet, so it's actually full on wet again, but it's going to get even wetter in a minute.
Do you remember that we were talking to the Turkish guy whose team was in P16 at the time, the Idogan guy? They are now in the meantime already on P12, 11 seconds behind P11.
Yep, they've done really well. Yeah.
So they might actually still end up in top 10.
I mean, they were quite right with saying that they want to get into the top 10, and they're not that far away, are they? There's me shooting them down when they said you get to the 10. Bless. Sorry.
Don't know when they went into the pit lane for the last time, but they don't actually have to. At least not for the the requirements. They've met the requirements, and the two teams right in front of them, they actually still have to once, and the guys in P10 even 2 times still.
What's the gap back though? That's what we want to have a look at. How far is Idogan from Hemsoth? That's what I would like to see. Ooh, 10 seconds. Okay, the fight's on. And it's 28 seconds to the guy Takanashi. And Takanashi's got to come in twice. Ooh, we might actually see them get into the top 10. All right, I'll think again next time. You're right. Cho's asking if there's any thoughts of Team of the Day. I mean, I think we should come up with a couple of different awards for this race. I think we should have Team of the Day that's made us laugh the most. It's hands down the Irish team. They're absolutely hilarious, boys. Secondly, we should do Best Paint of the Day. And then probably, Driver of the Day. The best team who's done the best, that had the best performance. What's your favourite paint so far, do you reckon?
I think I will have to go with a black, pink, and yellow.
Oh, the Ginetta.
Yeah, the Ginetta.
Whereabouts is he? We'll have to find him now. Hey, the Pulse Sim Sport Ginetta.
Yeah, I think that's the most beautiful one.
It looks good. I'm not gonna lie. What's the chat saying? That's what we need to see. We need some votes. I think in my opinion, it's between the Ginetta and it's between the Turkish guys in the BMW. Whereabouts are they? They're 19th. These guys. Yeah. They've had a bit of a tricky race, to be honest. There you go. The car doesn't look so nice now. It's got all the dirt on it from the race, but still. It's a cool car. It's quite simple. Just with eek on the side. That's the noise I make when I get in a GT4.
Well, I mean, the livery doesn't have to be, very complicated. Can be... Often I like the in-game liveries more than half of the, custom liveries that people created themselves. Not because they have no talent, just because I like the structure of the color schemes more, for example. Or I don't like the fact that they have put certain sponsors on.
Oh, do you not like a sponsor?
It's not about one particular sponsor. It's just about how the logo of the sponsor looks on the livery.
Oh, okay, I get you.
That can make a livery less attractive, in my opinion. And the in-game liveries have, in my opinion, some very cool things in it as well.
The Pulse livery does actually look quite cool. I do agree with you. especially when you look at it from the rear camera. It's got pulse on the rear wing, which does look really cool, and it's kind of got like a camo kind of style to it. Yeah. There's a 50-50 in the chat. I mean, the pulse gets a yes from Black Gold Saw. Andy says it looks good too. Rue says the pink colour on a car gets a big no from me. And the BMW always looks good. There you go. I think the jury's out on our decisions, but I think I'm going to agree with you. Yeah, the Pink Pulse team, they got the most striking livery, haven't they?
Hey, Fizz Callan, in that case, when you say a BMW always looks good, I know a certain coordinator who would like to drive endurance with you.
That's a shooter.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Is he racing?
No, he's not this time.
Oh,
no.
Okay. I was going to say, there's only 2 BMWs, so we probably would have seen him if he is.
Exactly. You would have seen the yellow BMW.
Esport Designs come in and say the Esport one. To be fair, the Esport Designs car does look quite cool. It looks better now that it's got a bit of dirt on it. It's kind of got a black and grey pattern along the side, which you can't see very much because it's kind of a bit's matte and a bit's shiny. So it's gloss and matte, and you can kind of see it come through from there. See if I can get on a better camera than this. Well, apparently I'm not allowed anymore. There we go. There you go. Get a little bit of a better view on it. I'm not sure. I don't like the red ring around the eyes of the on the front. Oh, it's got a bit of damage on that car now. That's a bit of a worry. This might be good news for the number 11 team, the Maserati. If you know that the current leader has got a bit of damage on the front, that's a bit of an interesting insight. And looks like he's being eaten up a bit by the cars around him. Foch is looking a little bit quicker at the moment, so trouble for the leader. This is the first time we've seen trouble for the leader, and we've only got an hour to go. Less than an hour now. That would be a bit of an upset, wouldn't it? They've done so well this whole race. Can you imagine if they get taken in the last hour?
Imagine being in the lead for over 200 laps to then see it slip away.
That's pretty disastrous, I'm not going to lie. Fitz saying he's going to clean up after the lasagna. Mate, it sounds like you had a good fun with the lasagna, so yeah. There's nothing worse than dried on lasagna, so maybe go and clear it up. He's on the 3rd plate of lasagna, right. Okay. Sounds like an interesting plate of lasagna. Right, 1 hour to go. I mean, we've got through the bulk of it now. We're almost there. Oh, there is actually a race going on for 15th and 16th. I think we probably should take notice of. Here we go. We haven't spent much time. Oh, I say that as 15th goes straight off. And there we go. Nicholas taking 15th position away from Smeets. That was easy enough, wasn't it? Was it Smeets? No, it's not Smeets. It is the 117 that went off. I'm not going to say that name. It's Augustinik. Is that right?
Yeah, that one I also don't know.
Okay.
Augustinik,
yeah.
I would say, but can be very wrong.
Michael Augustinik, maybe.
Yeah.
That was quite an easy overtake, to be fair. I feel let down. I want to see a full-on battle with tyres being thrown off everywhere. Where have we got next that might throw up some thrills and spills? We've got Bullwinkle getting quite close to Ellis, which would be interesting to watch. There's 9 seconds separating those. I would say that Bullwinkle was probably a little bit quicker than that car. Let's ride on board as he hunts him down for 8th position. He's not had a good race, though, this car. It's been a bit all over the place. Took a bit of slack from the leaders, didn't they, earlier on when we had a chat, but they've come back. They've steadily been inside the top 10. It's not been disastrous. It looks like they've got quite a bit of understeer, though. Kind of only just make it through Druids.
I'm suddenly missing a team. I'm missing a car. Or am I... Did I turn blind? Where's the 737? Including Crop.
I didn't even realise Crop was racing, bless him. 737 is in 23rd at the moment. But I can't click him, so I think you're right here. We might have had a dropout in 23rd. because he's not on the list anymore. So I think he's done.
I think so. Unfortunately, I suddenly wondered where their team and their car was.
What colour was the car?
Mostly white. I tend to remember, but I don't have all of the liveries, so it can't be that they ran a custom livery.
Yep, okay, yeah. Oh, this gap now has gone from 9 seconds to 7 in the space of half a lap. Ooh, I think we're going to see a change for 8th and 9th. I know Ellis has actually got to do a stop, so it's probably going to happen. It's just when, you know.
Yep.
It's been a good conversation, actually, about blue flags. We could probably get into that. What would you say is the best thing to do in a situation like this? You're coming up to a car, you know, that you are meant to be overtaking. Blue flags are somewhat secondary, I guess, in endurance, aren't they? Do you say you've got to move straight away, or, you know, do you kind of wait and see what happens?
Well, from which point of view? From the point of view of the one overtaking or the one being lapped?
See, 1 second, Andron. Wow, we've got a change in the lead. How did that happen? Did someone pit? Looks like Bauer pitted. Maybe they had to fix that damage.
Let's have a look.
It looks like the car looks fixed. We've got a change of the lead. You're right. Marlon is currently in the lead now, but he has to pit again. So it looks like Florian came in to fix the damage. It must have been that bad. I told you.
They did indeed.
Yeah, I told you it looks like that was the case. Yeah, Marlon gave us the shout, or Dakusa gave us the shout in the chat actually. So yeah, that's interesting. But I don't know if it's going to stay like that, unless Marlon can drive away now and get himself a 1-through pit stop. But depends on how.
They were stood still for exactly 58 seconds.
Oh, that's tough.
That cost them a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, they had an incident. I'd like to know where the incident happened, because that would be interesting. Yeah. Where the actual accident happened for the 22. Obviously, it was probably in the last half an hour. They must have had an off or had an incident that caused that front end. And it was, they were slow, because you could see the Chevy was trying to pass them. They were seconds slower. They cannot afford a mistake. Andrade has only a DT, to be fair. Yep, you're right. He's just going to drive through, Black. You're right. He will drive through, but you've got to have more than 3 seconds at the moment.
Definitely, but imagine being in a Maserati, having 2.6 seconds of a lead, still having to drive through a pit lane. Well, if you're not feeling the pressure there, then you're stone cold.
I mean, when would you take it? Would you try and like make the gap bigger, and then try and get it done later on, or would you just get it done now? I mean, the rain is only going to get worse, so it's arguably going to get harder for the Maserati.
I would at first tell my team to keep looking at the lap times and what the gap does. If you're driving away,
they are at the moment, only just.
Yeah, but that may be caused by the fact that Bauer, after the pit stop, still has like cold tires.
Yeah, maybe not up to temp.
Yeah, this is a tricky one, because if you're quicker, you know, the longer you drive away, the more you get into the head of the other driver. But on the other hand, it's better to, you know, take the penalty instantly so you can get going again.
I mean, you also got to check what the pack is like behind you. And looking at the current pack at the moment, there's a lot of cars behind this leader that are out of position. I mean, at the moment, having that gap at the front and being able to decide what happens is probably going to be a bit better. He's got a bit of traffic ahead of him. I can't see what car that is. Let me just have a look. If we go on board with Marlon a sec. Okay, so it's the Legend 27 car, which is, I think easily dispatched. So this actually leads in directly to the question I was asking you. What do you do? Do you wait for the car to get out of the way, or do you kind of force the move on the blue flag?
naturally, you will start recognizing a couple of cars which you will have difficulties with overtaking, because either they do something dumb or they just don't go out of the way. So you will recognize the most problematic cars. And for the rest, yeah, you need to, if you want to win this race, in this case it is between cars number 11 and 22. If you want to win it at this point in the race, yeah, you need to show that you want to get past, because yeah, any mistake or miscommunication can really cost you the win.
Yeah.
So whatever you do, I would say do it with confidence. Make sure the other car knows what you are doing. Don't go for half moves, because that's where confusion happens.
You got to just make it kind of very apparent to the car in front that you're getting past.
Exactly.
You're coming past. There's no doubt about it. That gap has slightly come down, but it's because I think you had to navigate that traffic, which now also Bauer's got to have to try and navigate too. So I think they're matching each other on pace. That Porsche might start coming back as this rain gets a little bit heavier. So I think it might be a bit of a pipe dream to think Marlon can keep it in the top spot, but we'll see. That Merc cost us 0.4, exactly it did, yeah. That Merc cost you a lot of time. It's also going to cost Florian a good amount of time, so we'll see what happens. Yep, see, it's eked out to 2.25. I think that's actually dropped a little bit, isn't it? 2.19, he's coming back at them. This is not over yet. I think that Porsche's... That gap looks bigger than 2.1. I'm not too sure what's going on with the timing screen. But he's got to deal with the Mercedes yet. We'll see. Traffic could decide this. I don't know. To be fair, he's got to come in and do it. He's got to do a pit stop. So he's going to have at least 10 to 15 seconds in hand to be able to come out, and that's being generous. I mean, yeah, I think it might even be more than 15 seconds to run through.
And all of that while driving Maserati.
Yeah, in the rain. All you want is a clean track. Yeah.
Which is increasing.
Yeah.
No, but just the fact that they are at this point in the race in this position is just a big win for them.
Oh yeah.
No matter if they finish P1 or P2.
To do it in the Maserati, where do you reckon they could have been if they went in a faster car?
Oh, they would have been in it for the. Yeah, they definitely would have been in a battle with car number 22 for the win.
Yeah. Well, they already are.
They even are now. So, I mean, realistically, if you really want to look at it realistically, the 22 car probably is going to win it if no mistakes are made. In a different car, they could have been in front of it.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe at one point you're up to speed with this car so much that it doesn't make much of a difference anymore, whether you're driving the Maserati or a car that actually does have traction control and ABS.
Yeah, the gap is slowly coming down, unfortunately. I think it was a pipe dream. 1.95 seconds. Traffic didn't really slow him down too much. We might see at the end of the lap if it increases, but I think that Porsche is probably just that little bit too quick. But see what happens with the tyres and the temperatures and the rain and what's happening now. But you would have thought the Maserati is going to get slower, wouldn't you? Really, I can't see it going any faster. What, 240 laps? Gee, 40 minutes to go, and we've got a change in the lead in the last hour. I think it's more of a ceremonial change though, because we've got to have another pit. It's a shame. I would have liked to see a nice race for the win at the end. Ooh, okay. We've had a change round for 8th and 9th by the looks of things. We missed it. Ellis and Bullwinkle, I think, changed whilst we were looking at that fight. Bullwinkle, I think, has made short work of it, and he's up into 8th position. And we've got maybe a change going on in 17th. Soon enough. Augustnik getting really close to Smeets again. I swear these two have been battling the whole time. We've always seemed to be catching each other or overtaking each other. Someone pay off the stewards and give the 22 a penalty. Well, just ask Black Gold Saw, it can happen. Not the paying off part, but the stewards at least. You never know. This is where you got to be careful around traffic. You don't treat a back marker with respect and push him off the track, you get yourself a penalty. You can get caught up in all sorts of problems. I mean, worse has happened.
Very true, and also an honest mistake can still be made, also in the final minutes of a race. So it ain't over. And then something with the fat lady.
I mean, it would be so disappointing if something like that happens and changes the result. Especially if it happens with a back marker. It's just, yeah, not great. Well, we're watching Augustnik close up to Smeets. He's got another car, I think, in between. I don't think it's that Porsche they're racing. They're racing the other Porsche. The 992 Porsche.
There also is a battle for the lead in the... Whoa!
There is.
The second class. Oh, and they just made contact.
With each other?
With each other.
Oof. Was there a change in the lead, or are we good?
Yeah, there just was. It was a push to pass.
Ooh, so those are the kind of things just what we were talking about.
So, I think that will result in an inquiry.
I mean, how do you avoid that? You give the place back and all's well and good? Oh, what happened? Where's the Porsche gone? Richardson just disappeared.
It broke too late for the chicane.
Okay.
And had to go straight forward.
Oh my god, look at that overspeed.
Oh, and the...
Oh.
What?
Okay. I don't think he meant to do that.
No.
He went straight through, didn't he? And then had a huge overspeed before Druids.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that was almost as bad as the tap.
It may have actually been the car in front waiting for him.
Possibly.
Because didn't look like he had that much overspeed. I mean, he even was braking, while missing the chicane. So, interesting.
I mean, if you come off the back of that corner through Hislop, is it Knickerbrook? If you take that escape road, you've got almost like a flat corner to the right-hand side you can take. And you can gain so much speed because the person going through turn 12 has got much tighter apex. And then you've got a faster run down that straight before Druids. So that's probably what happened. Maybe Bowers lifted. Yeah, interesting. Well, I think there might be a little bit of a chat about what happens with that with the stewards. Oh, I hate to see a class win determined by a stewards inquiry. Wink, wink, Black Gold Saw.
Meanwhile, the difference between P2 and P1 is 0.2 seconds.
Ooh, interesting. Let's go on board. We'll go on board with the rear cam with Marlon. Where's Bauer going to choose the move here? Doesn't look like much rain's coming down at this stage, but it definitely is from the inside view. Is Bauer going to run it down the inside into turn 1? I don't think he is. He's going to think better of it. He might make it in another area. I'm trying to see where this Porsche is quicker than the Maserati, because they both look very quick. They're both pretty damn good at behind the wheel anyway, so I guess it's whoever makes a slight mistake, maybe. Or whoever gets a better run out of one of these corners.
I mean, we're talking both drivers being tier 1 material.
Yeah.
It's just tricky driving behind or driving so close to a Maserati because it tends to possibly brake earlier due to no ABS, and that can surprise you.
Yeah, I was reading through some of the team notes. I think one of the other, I don't know if it was this team, I think it might have been actually, they were saying about the early braking because of the ABS, but I'm sure Bauer's got that under control. Oh, that's a miss.
Oof.
He's going to hold on to it though. He'll get a track limit warning, won't he? Depends if how many he's got. I'm actually surprised we haven't had more of those come up. We've had a couple of drive-throughs come up, but not a lot, to be honest.
Oh, very true.
It's been. Sorry.
It's also caused by the fact that a lot of rain was coming down. Track limits seem to be, less harsh when there's rain.
Oh, we're going to see a good drive here through the last corner. I think that is going to be into turn 1. It's actually already done. Yep, over the line. Oh, that's a shame. But never mind. Back to normal running position then. If I was the Maserati, I'd probably come in and do my stop now. You might as well. Yep. Otherwise, you're going to be a threat a little bit from behind. How far is Foch? I think he's probably a good 30 seconds. Yeah, 1 lap now because he's just come across the line. So it's a while back to P3. So it's all good at the moment. These guys battling out for the lead, but I think it's all ceremonial, as we said, because there's another pit stop coming in. That was good stuff. P12 looks like we're back in the track for a bit of action with Lars. Lars and Bowers again. Take 2. These guys have been really, really close the whole race. It's actually been quite fun to watch the AM split. They've been really, really close, but obviously off kind of strategy. Now they're bang on strategy. They don't have to pit anymore. And like you say, they've already traded painted once, so hopefully they can get it done a little bit cleaner this next time. They're both in the same car too. It's tough.
Both in the same car, but possibly
slightly different tunes, eh?
Yeah, different strategies resulting in different amount of tyre wear, possibly.
Also different tyre pressures. I haven't seen anyone else jumping onto the grass yet. That meme seems to have stopped. We haven't got any more lawnmowers going down the back straight. I think we're all good in that department. It is getting dark though, I've noticed.
It is indeed. Yeah.
Oh my god, we've got 30 minutes to go. It's been a long 8 hours. 7.5 of them have been chaos. But rip the dream of the Maserati winning. I mean, it's done a really good job to be in second place. It's come back. It's fought back from, I can't remember where they were. Outside of the top 10, at least they had a disastrous start because of that weather. I mean, to get back into P2 is really pretty good. And like you say, it ain't over till it's over, correct? You never know what might happen. I mean, the leaders had to come in and fix damage a minute ago. Could happen again.
I think the Maserati team, they have reconsidered their goal for the race probably like 3 times or something. First they just wanted to finish, then they wanted to get into the top 10. Now they find themselves over here, battling for the win. Yeah. So I just think whatever happens, they will be happy with the result.
Yep. I mean, I'd be pretty happy to come second in an endurance race that's been completely wet in a Maserati.
If I were driving there, I would be happy it's over.
Yeah. Definitely. I want to see this AM split battle heat up. We're half a second apart from each other. Lars Richter is he's driving pretty well to stay on the back of Bowers. Again, though, I hope it's not decided over a steward's inquiry. I haven't seen any penalties come up for a long time, so they might all being reviewed. I guess we'll see what happens later. Oh, Lars getting the brakes slightly wrong. Bowers is going to drive away a little bit here, but we might see it change around later. It's always easier to follow, though, right? Harder to be the leader. Why do you think that is?
Because of the fact that the driver behind is in most of the cases responsible and the driver behind has the drag advantage.
Yeah.
They can just follow. They can kind of brake at the same time as the car in front. They can just wait until they see the braking lights of the car in front go on, and they can brake at the same time as them. And as the car in front, you constantly see that car behind you in your mirror. can make you very, very nervous. And normally I don't get nervous, but when I see a car in my mirror for this long, and I look at the time and see like, oh, 29 minutes left. Yeah, that's when I get nervous.
Scary, scary time. Samir Foch comes in to do a pit, and it's not a drive-through, it's an actual stop, put some fuel in pit, with 29 minutes to go. Okay. Well, that might drop him down a little bit. He's got a lap, actually, to fourth. It was very quick. That looks to me like almost just a tyre change, or maybe even just fuel. Just a splash and dash. We're all good then. They're back out. Let's get back to the Bowers incident. Did I just see Adam in the wall? Oh my god, the lead has just changed. Adam is in the wall before the shell corner, and we missed it. Just my luck. Oh no, that's terrible. So the lead actually has changed, and it's on no fault of his own. I don't think. We'll have to get a second opinion on that. I can't look at replays, otherwise it ruins the stream. He's actually pulling off the track a second.
I'm on it.
See what happened, see why he had the incident. He's letting people pass. That car is ruined, it looks like anyway. It's going so slowly.
Oh no. Yep.
That car is ruined.
Yep. He went wide past turn 4, past Island Bend.
Yeah.
And shot straight forward in the Shell Oils corner into the wall.
So it's his own fault.
It unfortunately is.
Oh, he's got to be careful not to hit anyone else. Getting out of the way to let the Pure Sim Sport, or whatever it's called, go past the Janetta, the pretty one. Almost takes him out. Oh, that's how quickly things can change in endurance racing. You got 27 minutes to go after 8 hours in the car, and you do that. That's nasty.
On the right in front of turn 5, on the right-hand side, there is this wall pretty close, black walls pretty close to the track. He went wide and crashed into one of these walls.
Didn't quite get it through that little slot, the little hole, almost like the rescue hole, where you can kind of get through and get away with it.
He did not get through there.
Oh, that's going to be a huge wait, if not a maximum time. That's almost going to be a 2-minute wait, that one. You can barely get it into the pit box. Look, that's how bad that car is. Oh, never mind.
He went into the wall with
all of the speed.
Around 80 miles an hour. From 80 to 0.
Okay.
Within no time.
Well, what we need to look is where is the guy behind him. At least he can still get a podium. We've got, is it Nathan Pill, I think, is behind these guys. Who else have we got there? That is not a class position, so that's no K. It's Nathan we need to keep an eye on. And he currently is coming down towards the last corner. So, yeah, we're going to see a change. We're going to go down to 3rd position. Where is Nicholas? Ooh, okay. They might be able to still get a podium here. Because Nicholas in 15th position, currently 4th in class, is just going past the point where he had the accident into Shell. So I think if he can get the bits fixed on that car, Adam might be able to come out and still claim 3rd in class. I think Nathan's probably got 2nd now. Unless he's a lap behind, which I'm not sure he is. We'll see in a minute when he comes through the next timing screen area. Yes, so there you go. He's dropped down now into 3rd in class. So this is where we're going to have to look. See if Nicholas in the Legend 27 team car can...
And he's gone.
Has he gone? Okay. Right, well, he's probably just salvaged the podium.
Yep. Looks like it. But he cannot make another mistake like that.
No, that's game over if he does. Yeah. Well, that's what... sorry.
No, Nicholas Fastnacht almost went off. It was a close one.
How far behind is he? Oh, he's coming into the last corner. I think Adam's got it sorted now. Don't think he'll be able to close up to Nathan. Nathan's going into the final sector. Yeah, I think that's pretty much sorted. I mean, Nathan and Lars are quite close, no?
There is a battle going on for P4.
Let's check that out. Samir and Jonathan. There we go. Jonathan Seville in the Pole Sim Sport and Samir in the SOP car. The Ginetta looks much quicker.
Oh yes.
None of them have to pit. They've all done all their stops. Samir's just come in though. Maybe he's just not got the tyres up to speed. Maybe that's what he stopped for. Going quite wide at Druids, but managing to keep it on the road. 24 minutes to hold that position. That's going to be tough, isn't it? Gee.
Oh, he's under a load of pressure.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to be in that seat at the moment. That Ginetta's pretty damn quick as well. It's been quick all afternoon. And the rain's getting heavier. I mean, is it good fun to be in a boat in the heavy rain?
Well, I think at this point it's no fun being in any of the cars with this heavy rain. I mean, you and your team have been driving for almost 8 hours and then you get another heavy rain.
Oh, I think we're having a move already. He's going to go up the inside into the island bends. Oh, he thinks better of it.
Hey, let's go of it.
I mean, that's quite mature because you've got 23 minutes, haven't you? You might as well just wait to see what happens. I wouldn't push it, especially through there. It's quite... Look what just happened to the leader in class.
True.
Yeah. I think Dan's just asked what happened to the BB Ginetta Rage. They had some hardware issues in the middle part of the race with Liam. His brakes were sticking and all sorts of problems. Unfortunately, they didn't do very well in the middle part, and it dropped them down. And I think Ellis had a stop and go 30 seconds that he had to because of a speeding in the pit lane. So a couple of little things that put them a little bit further down that they wanted, but still P8 is quite good. It's the highest that they've scored anyway, so don't worry. Just 1 litre splash and dash is what we did in the Camaro. Do you have to put fuel in? I don't think you do you? You can just drive straight through. There's no rule, is there?
No, there's no rule.
I think you're all good for rules. Well, we have a move into turn 1 here. Jonathan Seville is round the outside, over the line. We might have a run down into T1. I think it's done here. Yeah, good stuff. Might come back on the exit, though. That Chevy's still pretty damn quick. Side by side, I think he's got him done. That's a P4. That's nasty to have that happen to you right at the very end, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Not another wine gum. No, it wasn't a wine gum. Not this time.
It's interesting to see that some people still decide to go for a 1 liter splash and dash.
Do you reckon that's what they do? I mean, you don't have to though, can't you? You just drive through to reset the steam.
You can just drive through it, indeed. So apparently, not everybody is entirely up to date with the requirements of all the pit stops.
Surely they would be though, because it happened to them in the last endurance race. The same team. They almost got done by the team in front of them doing the splash and dash. So they're aware of it, or the not splash and dash, we should say. The drive through to reset.
Interesting.
Yep. Well, Samir is kind of holding on to the Ginetta. He's just waiting for something to go wrong, I think, to try and maybe claim his position back. I don't think it's going to happen. Smeet's 2 seconds away from Nicholas. 15-16 might swap around. We'll keep an eye on that gap, see if 2.6 goes down any further. But I think we are almost at where we're going to finish at this point. Unless anything crazy happens. Marlon still hasn't come in to serve his pit stop, which is slightly worrying. I'm sure he will do at one point. Just as we said, just drive through.
They might decide to do that on the second to last lap or something.
Yep. See what happens. You never know. Something might go down.
Maybe their lap time still is quicker than the boys in P3.
What's the gap?
Could be an explanation.
What's the gap back to P3? I thought it was quite large. I think they're okay on the gap. Looking at the gap that could come down though, between fourth and third, look, 5.9 seconds at the moment. It's Ginetta versus Ginetta. That might be worth looking at. We might have a change in third position. At the moment we're watching 16th and 15th battle, but there is a car in between. Right, just before we get into the last couple of minutes, I'm just going to use the toilet. So if you could take the reins for a bit. Thank you. I am going to stay on board with Smeets, so you know where we are.
Yes. So chat, what's your opinion on the fact that some teams just drive through the pit and don't need to actually lift their car up? Do you think this is something that should be changed? Do you think it's just part of the game? What's your opinion? Between P15 and P16 is getting smaller and smaller. It's only 1 second left right now. It's the battle for P4 in the AM group. Black Goldsaw says it shouldn't be allowed that people only drive through the pit lane. Brian says, I think mandatory tire change should fix it. It could possibly fix it, indeed. Jasper says shouldn't count as a pit. But on the other end, I mean, if you get a drive-through penalty, you're also just driving through it. Should that in this case, right now, then also count as a pit stop? Yes or no? Kobe Knight says it's allowed in British GT in real life, so it's all good for me. Yeah. And Andy and Kuza think should be allowed because it ain't easy. And as long as everyone knows, everybody, the circumstances will be the same for everybody. I mean, I think I kind of agree. But the requirement, of course, is that everybody knows, and this is right now probably not the case, because not every team we saw so far is doing it in the past hour since the final pit stops. So possibly something like this should be announced in the future, that this is a possibility, so that it doesn't become a sort of unfair advantage. You have to at least a liter of fuel for it to count. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly, Envy, what a mandatory. Oh, Spades almost lost it, but he held on. Whoa. He must have been scared for a second.
We've got Smeets going wide, have we?
He went off track, went airborne for a little bit, and managed to control it again.
I think we got one of the boys waiting for interview. We might see if we can drag him in. I'm not sure who it is. Brian Sheckerman. Do you know him?
Yes.
Let's drag him in.
Wrote me.
How you doing, Brian?
Hey.
Hey, which team are you racing with today?
I'm with one you're following now on stream, Sam.
Ah, okay, so Sam Smeets, getting a bit airborne, I hear.
Yeah, sometimes, yes. We had quite a lot of trouble with the rain. spinning and crashes, damage.
I mean, you are going for the overtake in a minute. You're half a second away from the 27 car. So you've had a bit of a mixed race, have you?
Yeah, we have been P8, I believe. So yeah, because of the damage, I went head first in the wall, 45 seconds damage.
Oof. I mean, at the moment, you are 1, 2, 3, 4, P5 in class, and fighting for P4 in class. I don't think you're going to be able to get up to the podium positions, but still, P4 in class is pretty damn good. Whereabouts did you start?
We started P16 also.
Okay, so nothing gained, nothing lost at this stage.
No, not really.
So fair enough. Is it your first jump into AOR endurance, or?
No, we have raced 12 hours in Nürburgring.
Okay, yeah.
Last month, and we both are competing in the GT3 league this season.
So what tier are you with in the GT3 league?
I'm tier 5 and Sam is tier 4.
Okay, all right. So you're speedy boys, tier 5 and tier 4. So it's a little disappointing. Unfortunately, you haven't been able to make many moves up the grid, but still, you're now into P4 quite nicely, actually. Oh, gee, that's really close. Okay, well, getting pretty spicy here with the 174. I mean, have you been battling the whole time? We have kept an eye on what's happening. Is it just you? Is it just two of you in the car for this race?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that kind of puts the pressure on,
It's been a challenge.
Yeah. I did the 9 hours round Laguna Seca, and that was tough. We did that as a team of two, and yeah, it does take it out of you. 4 hours in the car each in such a short period of time. So because you don't get a break, all you get is an hour, isn't it? Because you've got to, unless you double stint, which is even harder.
We did like a 1.5 hour stint, so.
Okay. It's still a long old session in the car, though. It's not easy.
No, especially on this track. Alton Park is very, very challenging.
Especially in the wet.
Yes,
That.
I had a lot of troubles with controlling the car, keep it in control. Braking.
Well, when did it go wrong? Roughly what kind of time in the race?
It was in my first stint.
Okay.
We were like 2 hours into the race, and I just went straight into the wall at the hairpin.
Not sure we caught it on stream when it happened. Oh, you're well off the track through turn 1. Okay. It might be worth telling your teammate just to calm it down and just go for P5 in class. I'm happy. Let's get to the end without having any tears. You might as well go for it, though. You've got nothing to lose, have you? If you get up another position, it's worth the risk.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, your teammate's doing a fine job at the moment, if not a little bit scary. We will keep an eye on what happens. What's the main takeaway from this race, then? Are you pleased? Are you disappointed? How's it been?
The braking points. For me, it's mostly the braking points and finding the grip. Because I mostly race GT3 cars, so it's a whole lot different than the GT4. I mostly have trouble with the understeer.
In the rain, understeer is a problem. It is. I guess it's probably made worse because of the conditions. But the Porsche isn't that understeery though, right? I thought it's quite good. Well, actually, no, it's got rear engine, isn't it? Maybe it is a little bit understeery. Yeah, I haven't driven it, to be fair. It's not my go-to, the Porsche GT4. I've never tried it actually.
I'm a Porsche main on GT3 and GT4, so
repping the Porsche in both areas then.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you're still fighting at the moment.
He's going again.
He is going down into the last corner. That's pretty brave. Not gonna lie. Is he gonna get it done? Don't think so. We're gonna have a good drive down the start finish. You never know. To be fair, I think the guy that you're racing is pretty handy as well.
Yes, yes. My heart rate is rising though.
I can imagine.
Yeah. It is. You've only got a couple of minutes to go. I mean, you might as well go for it. You might as well go for it at this point. At least I would. I think.
Lick stamp and send it.
I think he. Yeah, definitely. I think your teammate is going to absolutely send it in a minute. He's dropped back a little bit now. I think. Only a little bit. Well, best of luck. I'm sure you can get the position taken. We will keep an eye. But thanks for jumping in and giving us the lowdown. Oh, what's the team called? Because I can't see under the paint.
Fast Lane Sim Racing.
Fast Lane Sim Racing. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on any future endurance races, but best of luck. I'm sure, anyway, you started P16. Even if you finish P16, it doesn't matter, as long as you had fun.
We had. So.
Good. Perfect.
Have a nice night.
We will.
All.
Yep. Brilliant. Thanks for coming in and saying hello. We'll keep an eye on what happens to your car on track.
Yes. Okay. Bye-bye.
No problem. Speak soon.
Bye-bye.
Bless him. It looks very, very risky from his teammates' point of view at this stage, doesn't it?
It does indeed. And knowing the fact he went airborne once already.
I mean, as he said, he's just going to lick the stamp and send it at this point.
Yeah.
Who else have we got? I said we needed to keep an eye on P4. He's 3 seconds away from P3 at the moment. We've got 8 minutes to go. 3 seconds.
This is possible.
It is definitely possible. The race is on. We will keep an eye on that. Smeets is the closest at the moment, so we will stay with it.
Oof. Oh. Back marker making a mistake around P4.
We'll keep an eye on that gap.
Forcing him onto the grass. Yep, he lost a couple of seconds there.
Oh, yes, the gap's opened up a little bit more now, hasn't it?
Yep.
4.4, so that was the back marker you said, coming into it.
Yeah, the back marker forced him onto the grass in the chicane.
Battle with Sam Smeets is still hotting up. Let's just have a little check then. So it's Jonathan, isn't it? Seville that we're waiting to see if he can take the fight to Excel. I'm not going to say that. Bernardis? I can't say that. Excel. That'll do.
Yeah, Axel will do.
What's the gap? 4.7, it's getting bigger. Oh, I don't think it's going to happen. P3 in class. What's going on with Sem? That's opened up to about a second. Driving through resets the stint timer but doesn't count as a pit stop. Yeah. Hang on, this race has no stint timer but mandated stops. Yes. Ooh.
Well, it does have a stint time. It's just that the stint time is 3 hours.
Yeah.
So that's basically the same as non-existent.
Yeah, Nerbs had a stint timer. It did. You're right. I mean, maybe it. If you still had to do a pit stop, driving through doesn't count. I think Andy might be quite right. You had to stop for that splash and dash. Maybe you actually have to physically stop the car for it to clear that mandatory stop. Maybe that's how they actually stopped it. Yeah, sorry, we've got no influence on inquiries, buddy. Yeah, you're right. Unfortunately, if you have a penalty that you need to raise, then you need to do it through the form that I posted earlier on. You can find it in the Discord under the endurance info. We've got 5 minutes left out of 8 hours. It's hotting up. 16th and 15th. I don't know who's going to get it. It looks like the fight for third is off, though. As sad as it is, I would like to see a change at the top, but I don't think we're going to, unless there's an incident somewhere. Keep an eye on what happens with that 4.2 gap, because if it changes, it's going to be disastrous to the guys in currently Pro P3 class. Bowers is still in third in the AM class, which is good. He hasn't dropped off. That was a bit of a risky old couple of minutes for that team. Bless them. Sem Smeets getting really close onto the back.
Yep.
Really, really close.
almost made contact there.
Yep. I mean, you've only got 5 minutes remaining. You've got to get it done somewhere. Oh, God, can you imagine what's going through?
Now, this is his shot. Now he can do it.
Oh, he had to get out of the power. Did you hear him lift? He lifted down the back straight. Yeah, and he's on the outside into turn 1. Unless he can get a good drive out of turn 1, which he's got a good switchback.
Yeah. Now,
here we go.
This is the possibility.
Oh, he's on the outside, though, for the next corner. He's got him!
Ooh.
There's going to be a touch!
Oh, and there's contact.
Oh, but it's all good.
Oh.
They're out of the barrier. I think we're okay. Oh, but the contact came from the following car.
I think Nicholas hit the wall a little.
Did he?
While being off track, yeah. It looked like it in a mirror, at least.
But it was Nicholas who made contact with Sem, and Sem was on the outside trying to get the overtake done. That's probably what's going to come into if there is an inquiry at the end there. I'm not sure it was the Porsche's fault, and it wasn't the Porsche that paid the price.
Oh, the Porsche left enough space on the inside, in my opinion. It was just the Merc moving towards the Porsche.
Black Gold Saw saying spicy in the chat. Definitely. Definitely a spicy end to this race. Who have we got then? Jonathan Seville is still... He's actually closed the gap a little bit. We're, I think, just outside of 3 seconds. Oh, God. Is he going to be able to pull in the time that he needs to get this done? We've got 3.5 minutes. We need a Black Saw-esque end to this race for Jonathan Seville. Can he make up the time to get past Axel? I'm not sure. Unless Axel has a disastrous couple of laps here. We've probably got, what, maybe 2, 3 to go?
Yeah.
I wouldn't like to call it at this stage.
Possibly 3. But they're also in the same car. That makes things way more difficult for the 52 car.
Right, well let's stay with Axel, see if he makes any mistakes. If he just puts literally a wheel wrong going through a tricky part, gets over a back marker quite wrong, or something goes wrong like that, you can see the car in the background there, just willing him to make a mistake.
It's 2.9 now.
Oh, it's getting close. There is a back marker.
There's a back marker, which hopefully will move out of the way at this point with 2 minutes to go.
Hopefully. I mean, I'll get on the phone and get him to move if you want. It's the Brexit boys in the way. I'm sure they will. They're normally quite good with blue flags. 2.7 is the gap now, with 2:20 to go. Merc had enough space. Yeah, I think he did. I think the Merc had enough space. But, yeah, I'm sure they'll protest. They have the right to protest if they want to. 2.7, still the gap. We've got a Ginetta in the way, followed by a Ginetta. Trying to chase down a Ginetta. 2.6, with 1:56 to go. I mean, the odds aren't good at this stage. I mean, there's going to be this lap and probably another 1.5, maybe another one after that. We'll have to see what time, when the leader comes over. 260 laps so far. He has got past the back marker. It didn't take long. He is visibly quicker. Oh, can you imagine what's going through his head right now, trying to close that gap? Oh, it's going to be a last lap lunge, isn't it? I can just feel it in my loins.
I wouldn't want to be the 21 driver right now.
No.
Oh,
little mistake. Grass.
And again.
What's the gap? 2.6. I know it hasn't changed. We'll keep an eye. It's going to go now. Don't be 3. 2.7. Okay, it's gone up slightly. Let's see what happens with the 21 car. All you got to do is make a mistake, 21, and it's over. Don't think we've got any more drama going on behind at this stage. I think it's all on these two guys running around for 3rd place. The 52 car can almost smell it at this stage.
This is their final lap. Or is it?
We'll see in a minute. We'll say leader on the final lap, no? We'll tell when they cross over the line.
No. Looks like it's going to be another one.
Yeah, it all depends on where
P1
Bauer
is now
crossing the line.
Now leader on final lap.
Has it said it?
Yeah, it just said it.
Yeah, okay.
So
they'll have to
the
do one
52
more, won't they?
Yeah, the 52 car now has about 1.5 laps.
You can see him there, look, just up the road. That's a big gap to make up in that amount of time.
Exactly.
He's dropped back, hasn't he? 2.7.
Yeah, tiny little bit. Oh, he's pushing though. He's pushing.
Oh, apparently the SOP team had a puncture, did they say?
Oh,
Yeah, rear left
Slow
puncture,
puncture then.
yellow engine management light on, hence the loss of pace. So that's why SimSport dropped off. P5's not all bad. You done well. Team done good. It's been a tough old race. A real race of attrition for these guys. There is one more in it for these guys following. 2.3. It is coming down. I'm not sure it's enough. Oh, a bit of understeer there for the 52. Oh, you can see he's pushing out of the corners. He's trying to make that gap up. Why do endurance races always finish like this? It's crazy. Whereabouts is the leader? He is on his last lap. He's getting people out of the way. He's coming up to Druids, isn't he? We'll keep an eye. These boys have got to go run more.
Yep.
2.4.
Is about to finish the race.
Yep. Coming through Druids. Overtaking this, I think the leader in class in AM. That's actually quite fitting. Leader in class in AM and leader in class in Pro. About to come across the line. After a very long and wet 8 hours. It's been a real race. An absolute mission of a race. And here the two leaders crossing the line. Good stuff from both drivers. That's the Florian in the eSport design. And then we've got Richard, who's Lars being gifted it at the end because of a mistake in the Black Dove GT4. Really good work from him. But we still got a battle going on. The 21 car is leading ahead of the 52. I don't think he's going to have enough in to take it to him to the line. Looks like the gap has come down, but it's just run out of laps.
No, it's not going to happen anymore.
No.
He has only made up 3/10.
I mean,
Unless the 21 car now makes a major mistake.
Yep. All we got to wait for is a big old mistake. P2's coming up to the line as well now. Well done, eSports Designs. Great race. Really took it from lap 1 all the way through to the end.
And a great performance by the Maserati car, finishing P2.
Really good stuff. Finishing 62 seconds off the pace. He's got it down to 2 seconds, bless him. He really did try. Couple of little mistakes maybe, just ruined a chance to take the drive to him. Must be kicking himself. He's just missed out on a podium. This is the worst place to be is 4th position, but that's not taking anything away from Scuderia Smithy. Gets himself a podium in his class. Really good job. I mean, that was a race and a half, and I was only talking about it, let alone flipping driving for 8 hours, especially in a Maserati. Hats off to that team. Is it the Van Wall team? Really, really good stuff from them.
And in these rainy conditions, hats off to basically everybody for making it to the finish.
I mean,
Hopefully with not so much damage, not so many walls to hit, because it ain't easy in these sort of conditions.
We only lost 3 cars, like, out of the whole race. Out of 8 hours, we lost 3. So getting that amount of cars through to the end is pretty damn good. We have actually got 1 car still running around, bless him. Oh, maybe not. Sem Smeets, he's come in, he's done. I don't know why. I don't know what happened at the end. He got past that car, didn't he? He's looking in 20th position. I'm not too sure what's going on. Maybe he didn't get his pit in. He's finished and he's down in 20th. I thought he was battling a little bit higher up than that. For 15th and 16th.
Is he finished though?
I'm not sure. It doesn't have the checkered flag next to his name. That's the only thing I'm worried about. We'll see. We have to see at the end when we have the official race results to see what happened with the 992. Eek.
Ah, wait. I think I remember something.
Our engine broke.
Yeah. Yeah, they were the ones standing on the
At the start-finish line.
start-finish line on the right-hand side. They were stood there.
Their engine blew up, so they didn't finish. Oh, never mind. Well, I think they're still classed, aren't they? In 19th.
They were earlier. They were 20th, but yes, they are class. They just missed the final lap, so everybody basically on the same lap as them finished ahead of them still. So that were a total of 3 teams because they were P17 before.
Ooh, that's a bit of a tough pill to swallow, blowing up your engine on the last lap. Not gonna lie. But yeah, congrats to the Esports Designs team. Really well done. Like they say, first race as a team and bringing home the bacon. Yeah, really, really good. Really, really good job. A smaller grid than normal, only one server, and I still think everyone had a good fun end. Let's get them in for a little bit of a chat. We've got them here ready. We might as well speak to the winners. I'll drag them in. Congrats, boys. You did it. It wasn't given to you at the end. You had a little bit of an issue, a little bit of a wobble. We thought we might see you tumble in the last hour, but you managed to keep it all together.
Yeah, it was a really, really good race. Yeah, it was, like you say, if I'm going to be honest, it felt a bit too comfortable at points. But then, yeah, with that issue in the finals, which Florian apologised for a lot during his final stint. Yeah, we're just lucky we managed to make the gap as big as we did before that happened. So had plenty of time. And I think the biggest worry we had at that point was whether that Maserati actually genuinely did have to do a pit stop still.
You were lucky. So lucky he had to do that.
Yeah, I mean, Flo made the move anyway, so I think still had the time, and I think at one point he even let us past until he got on the curb again and then went back through. But yeah, I mean, first race as a team, absolutely smashing work. Very pleased indeed.
Yeah, I mean, you led pretty much from the start, coming out at the beginning, obviously having that little incident we talked about. But apart from that, we didn't actually see, I think HaiCo rewound and had a look to see what happened at the incident. But what actually happened with Florian and the barrier? Did he crash at one point, or was it a back marker, or?
He got caught on the bump on the curb and just went to the left because of it.
So which corner were you thinking there?
Just coming out of is it the Knickerbrook chicane, the second one? So on the outside, just as you go up the hill, he caught the outside curb and it bumped him into the wall.
Okay, yeah. Well, we saw the damage. We just didn't see what caused the damage, and then obviously you had to come in for that stop. And we saw that I think the SOP team was hustling you around, trying to unlap himself. And I was like, well, we didn't see what happened, but we just saw the damage. But yeah, I think you guys are really lucky you managed to build that huge gap at the beginning. You know, going into about, I think, like lap 4, you guys had 20 seconds because of what happened behind you. And then you just, you were able to keep that 20 second, make it 30 seconds, then make it 40. And then by the time you got towards the end, it was almost a whole lap you had in hand. But yeah, as a team, boys, you're really, really well done.
Do you want a little fun fact for the race?
Go for it.
We actually led 252 laps.
Hey!
And about 150 of them we had an orange engine light on, so...
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of people did. Did you hear the 992 car blew up on the line?
Oh, no.
Jesus
yeah. It was P...
Wait, actually it did? Oh
Yeah.
my god, that's unlucky.
It was P17, blew up on the line, finished P19 or 20.
Oh, no.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
bless him.
Yeah, that's definitely not the result that they wanted, but I mean they finished the race. That's the main thing, even if it was in smoke.
But say coasting across the line, yeah.
Well, they can't. It's uphill going across the line. I don't think they were parked on the entrance to the pit. They couldn't get up the hill. Bless them. Never mind. We only had 3 dropouts, I think, from the whole race, or 3 incidents. I think one of them was a Maserati. But so. Champagne, after your first outing as a team, is this going to be now a team to be reckoned with in future endurance races?
I mean, it certainly feels like that. It's going to be a difficult act to follow. I think we've set the bar quite high. Pole in the qualifier. I think the only thing we didn't do, and I didn't tell Florian, I didn't tell you this until after the race because I didn't want you to push too hard, but I don't think we got fastest lap. So I suppose for next time it's take all 3.
Yeah, you didn't quite get all 3. Let's just double check who did get the fastest lap. Yours a 1:46.1 was your fastest lap. I'm not sure if the KTM, is that what it is? Yeah, I think he might have got slightly faster. Let's just have a look. Can't quite see because lots of people have left now. It's all come off the screen. There was a 1:46.083 from the number 20 car. So whatever the 20 car is, I can't see it from here.
It was the KTM.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That car, to be fair, should have been the fastest out there. I'm surprised it wasn't nerfed in a BOP. You're lucky there wasn't a very quick team using the KTM. They decided to use a Maserati.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say the Cayman is bespoke so much, so it isn't a wrong choice as well.
No, I mean it was nerfed slightly. I think you had a little bit of a weight disadvantage because of it, but I think the only other car behind you was like in P10 or P11. I think the other Porsche. So I think you boys just gelled together. You had a really good setup, it seems, and you got a really good start, and it really helped you pull away. It's all about consistency, and getting that start at the beginning, I think, really helped to compound your speed. And I think you got lucky with a couple of the faster guys not having a good race. But not to take anything away from you guys, you did an amazing job. Everyone battled through for 8 hours in those horrible conditions, so very well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, mate. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks for jumping in. We appreciate it. Thanks for keeping in touch as well throughout the race. It's always good to hear from the leaders.
Cheers,
Thank you
guys.
for the entire event.
Cracking job. Yeah, really good work.
Cool.
Smashing stuff.
No worries. Thanks, guys. We've got a couple of other
Cheers.
people going to come in for interviews, but really well done.
Cheers, guys.
Have a good one. Stay safe.
Yep. See you soon.
Yes.
Right. Talking of right, let's get them in. Now, P2 in a Maserati shouldn't really be sniggered at. Well done, boys.
Maserati OP.
The OP Maserati. I mean, that was watching Connor at one point trying to get up to the back. I think it was for second place. We were all watching. All of the chat were watching. We were watching from onboard the car when you were chasing down, and I completely forget what car you were chasing down, but you were just switched on. It might have been. Yeah, I think it might have been the SOP Camaro. You guys had a good setup, it seems. The other Maserati, well, it was on the grass most of the time. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I think that's where we expected to be honest.
I mean, you did a great job. It was great watching you, and I think a lot of the chat were cheering for you to keep that win, because at one point it was almost on, right?
I'll let someone else go.
Yeah, we were P1, but we still had to go to the pit. So we knew at that point that it wouldn't be able for us to hold it. So we were just trying our best to keep on the track, not make any mistakes, see if the guys in the front with the OP Porsche would make any mistake. But we knew that P2 would be, I don't know, amazing already.
I mean, you can't really ask for much more than that, to be fair. Did you choose the car as a joke? I know, obviously, Dakuza always wants to go into Maserati, but was that all it was? Literally just a bit of a meme?
Yeah.
Say something, Dakuza. Yes, Dakuza. The thing is that me and Dakuza, we normally like to drive those not very popular cars. And then on the last endurance race, I pinged him and I asked, anytime that you go for an endurance race with a different car, let me know.
Okay.
And then this time was his perfect opportunity to say Maserati.
Question mark. Rain,
Exactly.
Van Alten Park, maybe. I mean, it was great to watch. It was great to watch all of you guys fight with that car. I think that little session that I was talking about at the beginning, where Connor was bearing down on the SOP car was probably one of the highlights of the race. Just seeing you switched on that car was crazy. You were so much quicker, and seeing you dance that car around was great. It was all good fun. I think everyone loved it.
I mean, once you get used to the braking, it's not that much different from the other cars. You just got to make sure that you don't go 100% on the brake, or else you're just going to miss the corner completely. That's the main thing.
I mean, you didn't make it easy for yourself, I'm not going to lie. You could have chose something else,
Where's the fun in that?
Exactly. Right, that's it. Okay, I'm going to set the bar higher. NSX next time? GT3?
Yeah, sure.
No, come on. All right, fine. If it's Monza, maybe.
Jag.
No, go on, go for the Jag. Well, isn't the Jag the fastest? Hasn't it got the lap record? Supposedly.
Yeah, the Jag is quite OP at Monza, but only Monza.
Right. Well, it would be good to see you choose another meme car for the future race, but also it would be good to see you actually doing your outright pace in a normal car. Maybe go in the Bentley with Black Gold Saw, give him some real competition. Well, thanks very much for jumping in, boys. Appreciate it.
No worries.
And thanks a lot.
No worries.
Yeah,
well done on the P2. Unfortunately,
Thank
couldn't quite get the win. Those Porsche boys were just a little bit too quick today.
Yeah, it's not a problem at all. And thanks for casting this and being commentating the whole 8 hours.
It was good. Me and HaiCo had a laugh. We were talking about all sorts. It was fun.
Thanks a lot.
No worries.
Cheers.
Speak soon, boys. Right, let's get these last guys in. I'm not sure what team it is, but we'll see if we can have a little chat quick.
Let's have a look.
Are you all together by any chance?
Yeah.
What team are you representing, boys?
Scuderia Smithy.
Scuderia Smithy. Whereabouts did you finish?
P3.
P3 in Pro Class, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. So you were in the Ginetta, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it was a bit of a race at the end there, though.
Yeah. It was tough. What was it? Number 52 was really catching us.
Yeah.
To be fair, he even got a bit unlucky with lapped cars. I think he lost a bit of time there.
It was so close.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, I was kind of hoping for a little bit of a disaster, but I'm glad that you did finish there anyway. I just wanted to see a close race to the end, you know, it's always good after 8 hours to see something happen right at the very end.
Yeah, so you should have talked to the guys having the blue flags and not moving for that.
Yeah, there was a couple of boys in the chat talking about blue flags, so I don't think you were the only guys having trouble. But to be fair, at the very beginning, you guys were right on that train. There was the Ginetta train that happened right at the very beginning, and there was also another car in there. I think probably the Chevy somewhere slotted in. But you guys fell back a little bit and then made your way back through the field. How did that all happen? Did you just get lucky with where your pit stops were, or did you just get some free space? Because in the middle part of the race, you seem to just work your way back up.
Yeah, I think we had some clean air. My stint for sure. The third one. I don't know what the other guys think.
Yeah, I think
in the first few stints we tried to extend them as much as possible. So then in my last stint we had a bit of a damage, and we used that to slot in a short splash and dash. And there we lost some positions, but in the end, when all the other teams had to pit again, we made them up again.
Yeah, I think we maximized our strategy almost perfectly.
Yeah, I didn't see. The funny thing is, sometimes you see like a team just kind of magically make their way back up the grid, but we didn't see like a heroic drive through. It just seemed to turn out at the end of the stints that you were in the position you guys were in. It's not to take away anything, but I just didn't see the drive back through the grid. There was quite a lot going on, to be honest. There was a lot happening at one point. But is this your first kind of go in AOR Endurance, or are you kind of regulars?
We did the Nürburgring, the 12 hours with the Merc GT4. I think we finished P8 in the GT4s, and I don't know if was the Suzuka 12 hours also.
12 hours was as well, yes. And
that was also multi-class, wasn't it? The Suzuka one. Yeah.
Multi-class, and we were also racing in the Ginetta. It was the only Ginetta, I think.
So, do you guys? Yeah, you must be preferring the GT4 over the GT3 then, don't you?
Not really, I think. But,
with the GT3 before, so then we were because there were still a lot of cars in the GT4s we hadn't tried and so on. So we really wanted to try those. It's a lot of fun.
And also, this one was a nice change because multi-class is definitely different from just pure GT4, so we were eager to try a only GT4 race, let's say.
And after the race now, knowing all of this, what do you think? Do you prefer GT4 only over mixed, or?
Me for sure, I prefer GT4 only because multi-class in a GT4 is so stressful. You basically need a spotter for your whole stint. Because the GT3s just approach you every 5 seconds, another GT3 approaches and wants to lap you. And therefore, in a single class GT4 race, it's more about the racing against the other GT4s and not so much avoiding problems with being lapped.
Yeah, I think also the multi-class is nice. It's just it's a different game, let's say. You have to be good at not losing too much time while the GT3s overtake you. And it's definitely, I think, mentally more tough.
Yeah, because you obviously need to be focused constantly. Look behind you as well as in front of you.
When you have 30 GT3s on the track, they come so often, it's incredible because they're so much faster, especially on the faster tracks. So it's really, you cannot, even for 2 seconds, not be aware of what's going on behind you. And they have also a very hard time of judging how slow the GT4s are in certain sections.
Yeah. It's always a bit of a risk being in the GT4 in a mixed grid though, right? It's just whether it's going to happen and when, and if it's going to be bad enough to finish a race, right?
Basically, yeah. Yeah, it's a different. That's why when we do that, we always have someone else that is spotting and telling us you have a GT3 coming, and because otherwise it's tough. But we definitely want to try at some point on the other side, so multi-class, but with the GT3. That will also be interesting.
I mean, it's just.
So we'll be the guy that we used to, get mad at.
It's just as hard from the other side. Honestly, it's just as tough. It's not. It's a skill to try and learn to be overtaken easily and also to overtake without losing time. So maybe give it a go, and you probably find yourself back in GT4 again. I hope AOR puts on more GT4 stuff because GT4 racing is always so much fun. Like it's so close, and you can see like moves happen a good 3 or 4 turns, if not laps, before they actually happen. Watching cars go through the grid, trying to get back positions is almost so much fun in GT4s because the speed difference is it's so small in comparison to GT3.
It's very interesting. I think also the different cars are more different across the GT4s. Like there's more speed difference, for example. And then, for example, in this race, you had the the Maserati without the electronics. So hats off to the guys who finished in P2.
I know, crazy, right?
Very incredible to see what pace they had at certain points.
And some of the GT4s almost feel like touring cars. So I think in ACC, some of the tracks, for instance, the British tracks, are even better suited for GT4 racing than GT3 racing because they're so narrow and twisty.
Exactly the one we raced on. It's also Brands Hatch. I think sometime last year actually did the Brands Hatch with GT4, just GT4, and that's perfect track. Donny would probably be pretty good. Donington would probably be pretty good on GT4s too.
Amazing.
Yeah. Well, boys, thanks for coming in and having a chat. Appreciate it. Well done on the podium. Hopefully it's the start of more podiums to come.
Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Thanks for jumping in and giving us the lowdown. Congrats, and enjoy your nice little break from sim racing.
Yeah. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for jumping in.
Bye.
See you soon. Right. It's been a long old 8 hours. I appreciate you for sticking around with me for the long time, HaiCo. I really do appreciate it. Otherwise, 8 hours on your own would have been just, torture. I'm not going to lie.
I appreciate you doing them 8 hours, just even if I was here. With the little that I added.
Oh no, it's good. It's always good to have that input and chats about different things. It's good. We got through it in the end. I'm not sure I can talk about stuff much more. I think I'm done. It's been a crazy race, and hats off to everyone who got podiums. Really good job.
Yeah, you deserve a little break, a drink, some good food.
Yeah, whiskey is in order, I think, and good food. Yeah, I'm gonna go make some dinner. It's 10 o'clock. I haven't eaten. I've survived on crisps and Coca-Cola for the last 8 hours. I think I need something stronger.
Well, chop then.
Thanks very much for joining us. Everyone in the chat, thanks everyone for keeping me honest as well. Black Gold, so I want to see you in a car next time. No excuses. Thanks everyone for going all the way through if you did. We hope to see you next time. Best of luck in the upcoming race on Monday and Tuesday, guys, if you're in the AOR GT3 League, and we'll see you then. I don't know if we're doing any more racing in between then. Do you do Formula 1 on the weekend?
I surely do.
Yeah. So you can catch more Formula 1 racing over the weekend. Is it on Sunday? I'm useless.
Sunday.
At this. Sunday.
8 p.m. UK.
There you go. 8 p.m. UK for F1 and 7:30 on Monday and Tuesday for the AOR GT3 League. We're going to go now. I'm just talking about nothing. We'll see you soon. It's been emotional.